No, he was a boy. Mhm. I was just gonna say, if you take something to your nephew, maybe he's interested in getting removed.
Doing that regular deal.
Yes, the rehoming fee, yeah. That's it, so the rehoming them. Every doing it, it's two of his litters. Babies from murder. The whole thing, the babies are fine.
Old and.
The baby.
I'll tell him that because he'd be home, an older dog last year. You know, he's about 5.
Yeah, yeah.
4 at the time,
Yeah.
5.
Or if you know, if there's anybody that wants to watch the terrier, tell them to reach out to Lori.
I will.
Yeah. He is, he's super sweet. I would take him, but I don't know.
If I had the energy,
I know.
I can hurt you right now.
If I get a fourth dog, my husband's gonna fire me.
And then they mixed up. A lot of people say, you know, see in Boston.
Yeah, well, people.
And they got a little more energy.
Yes.
I don't have that.
Lessons are crazy. Yeah. So.
You want these at the station? Do you want these at the station as for the ordinance?
If you have copies.
Yeah, I made copies for you. I didn't know if you wanted them at the.
They want to get the.
Oh, yeah, too. Did you do all 3 or just the 1?
Is there 3 on there? I'm sorry.
3 subjects. Yeah, yeah. There's 1 for, yeah, take your time, you got 10 minutes, relax.
Surprised by that. Yeah. We're having how are you? We did. I remember I'm good, we're good. Shootout? Yeah.
Wow.
I said we got two cops, what are we, starting a shootout? Well, that's.
I don't remember the details.
That was about.
I just caught that as I was walking out the door.
I thought you were gonna-
You went over either. No, shoot.
That.
I remember
I didn't have anything, I went straight from work here.
Yeah, no details.
Oh,
but
really?
It sounds like it's not good.
Oh, on the campus? On the campus?
It sounds, yeah. I just saw the headline as I was walking out the door and said, especially after that thing they had a couple of years.
That's what
ago.
I was thinking about, with the concert.
Nice to meet you.
New reporter?
We can't seem to hold on to one another. Oh, it's okay.
Take the car.
Yeah. Maybe I should call her 60.
Yeah, they doing.
No, I think. Well, I wouldn't be able
Oh, okay, good. I got invited to the bank Christmas party. Holiday party. Yeah. a little late.
You're very late, you just like to go.
I guess it was underneath stuff and I never saw it. But it was in Atlantic City, so I probably would have made it.
I was gonna say, was that the municipality, so
Oh, okay.
I got the invite sometime, but I wasn't.
Oh, Mark, I didn't even want to, everybody's. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. What's that? Yeah, I know. I say that, I've said that almost every day. They don't already answer.
Wow.
Yeah, no more, no more. They take care of. Right.
The end of your sale here.
Yeah. Hello.
You have to.
2027? Yeah. Then we're. I'll recycle it, recycle it, and recycle it. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I knew. A lot of people.
Yeah. But that means that you want what do we got?
It's for the 450 ordinance. I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, we got.
I think it'd be easier if I had it in days. Yeah, thank you. Meredith, that's for the 450 ordinance. Yeah. Is that in addition to this one? Yes. I didn't realize there were 3 cats. Oh, yeah. But, okay. All I do is find paper.
Doesn't say, yeah. I can't find get going. Okay, we're gonna start. Please. Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
And to the republic, stands
One
one
nation.
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meetings Act, was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the new Co-Star on December the 13th of 2022. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office, and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken, providing that there is a quorum. Mr. Noble? Here. Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Ms. Mahoney? Here. Mayor Fox?
Here. Okay, thank you, everybody, for coming. Got a big crowd tonight. We got a lot to cover tonight, but we'll continue to work our problems and opportunities as a community. We do have one workshop tonight that is around beach lockers, and then we have no ordinances for introduction, but we have 3 for adoption. Okay, so clearly we are in the early throes of the 2023 holiday season. We've had a couple of events already, and I'm going to cover those later on in the meeting. But this is our last meeting of the year, so I just like to highlight a couple of things and recognize some of our collective accomplishments and a few other challenges we still face into 24. So just got a couple of things I want to cover, and then we'll get right into the meat of the meeting. So kind of a quick drive around as it relates to infrastructure in town. We did achieve a lot of things last year around the phase 2 sewer project. It's completed with a good result. We had to deal with the McCabe Ocean Park outfall pipe, big project, well done, I think. We did work on some sump pump water line remediation on the south part of town. We want to extend that into 2024 with a couple of other blocks. We're going to budget for that. We renovated significantly and almost replaced the Fletcher Lake Bridge, which was much needed and timely. It was kind of getting to a point where it was about to fall apart. We're in the planning phases of the Sylvan Lake outfall pipe. That's still in process. The Biazzi roof has been repaired, replaced, and we're getting some slight remodeling done to get back in there. And then just very recently, Lake Terrace Park, which needed a pretty big facelift, is occurring as we speak for anybody who lives on that part of town and is around there. A couple of things on the beachfront. We assessed our handicap access and made some good improvements, including handicap lockers, mat extensions. We'll continue to look at that. We also built 33 additional lockers. You'll hear about some of that tonight in our locker conversation. We also applied for a coastal resilience grant that hopefully will create more security on the south part of town. We did, as a small project, shaded a portion of our promenade playground. We've upped our game a bit in grants. We got a recreation grant that we're going to start construction on in 2024. The Lake Terrace Park is a grant, and then we also have applied for an unused asset in this coastal resilience or boardwalk grant that I mentioned a few minutes ago. Main Street and related, we worked on a pilot for electric vehicle trolleys that worked out pretty well, pretty good success. The theater is finally beginning their renovations. Not that we had a lot to do with that, but we try to keep a pulse on what's going on there because it will have a good impact on Main Street going forward. I think Riley Park was buzzing most of the year, a lot of the year, particularly in the summer. We upped some of our events, and this benefited our Main Street businesses. And we also worked with the Bradley Beach Business and Community Alliance on a number of initiatives, things like the 130th anniversary and other events. On affordability, we held the line pretty well in 21-22, had a tough 23. We're going to try to get back on track at the lowest possible level in 24. Around some challenges, we've made some progress on 319 Lorraine Avenue Church, although not enough and slow. So we're progressing, and we'll keep a focus on that. These points don't cover a lot of the work that goes on at boards, committees, and commissions. From the environmental side, the Environmental Commission, Fletcher Lake, Sylvan Lake, Shade Tree, all have an environmental impact on Bradley Beach. From a wellness or community event perspective, Recreation, Mayor's Wellness Committee, Tourism Arts Council have a impact on our kind of our psyche. And then the two key boards, the Library Board and Land Use Board, work diligently to improve Bradley Beach. I'd certainly want to put an exclamation point on the fire and first aid volunteers, and then some other key volunteer groups. The Bradley Food Pantry has about 170 volunteers, and the Business Alliance about 200. We made about a dozen ordinance changes, a little bit more than a dozen, and about 300 resolutions that provide a mechanism to get things done in town. So we'll have more opportunity to go into depth on these in the next 6 weeks or so. Stay tuned. We need to sit down and kind of map out our 2024 and then really take a good strong look at 2023. But I just wanted to start the meeting in that this would be the last meeting of the year to cover a couple of those things. So the next agenda item is workshop, and it's the 2024 beach locker rental fees. If Zach, who's back there? Michelle, if you can get that up on the screen. Couple of points on the 2024 beach lockers. We made some changes since last year. We automated to Community Pass. We freed up some resources in doing so, created a little bit fairer distribution. Could we put that one on too or no?
Huh?
That one?
Oh, I think that's okay.
We, as we said, we did improve beach access with handicap lockers and on each beach, which actually netted us an increase of 33 lockers. And last year we assessed our costs and charges and recommended a 2-year increase process. So that's where we are right now. So the discussion, we did this last year in February, so this is a little bit early, but we thought we'd just get this on the table. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Just give me 1 second, because that font in my eyes, I'm not gonna agree.
I printed it out in the middle. Just want my copy?
I have copies.
You got it?
Yeah. Sorry about that. So a couple of background statistics. We have 11 beaches with approximately 600 lockers, give or take. Our current lease cost is $575 for a new lease, for a new locker. If you get on the, if you become a locker patron, I'll call it. Our current renewal rate is $180. We have about a waiting list of about 219 people. We did close the list last year because last year the list was about 321 people. And we're trying to get to around 150 people. So we made some pretty good progress last year in a combination of adding some lockers and some people just naturally dropped out. This says that we have about 10 leases per year. I think it was more last year. Otherwise, we had people dropping out. So it must be that we had a little bit more last year. Our longest wait is about 4 years, and that's one of the beaches. Most of the others are not as significant, but that's our longest wait time on any one of the beaches, because we do assign these lockers by beach for obvious reasons. Okay, next slide. So so we hadn't changed up until last year. We hadn't changed our lockers or fees for a number of years. As you can see here, 19, 20, 21, 22 were the same. We didn't go back into 18, 17, but Michelle can tell us when the last time we increased. So last year we went to 575 for new lockers and 180 for renewals. And last year we proposed this year to go to 600 for a new locker, your first time in, to basically not so much build the locker, but it pays for maintenance of all the other lockers as we get into it. And then a renewal of 200. We did do some price comparisons. One of these is new and the others are from last year. Asbury Park charges $225 yearly for a locker. Avon by the Sea, $500, and Seabright $400. So, you know, pretty significant cost. We took a few of the other towns out that were bigger towns, but you can see the comparative is that we're pretty price competitive, if you will. Next slide, please. So our renewal process is we notify people, we ask them if they want to renew, they pay, they assign, and we have assignment emails. We do use Community Pass, so that's part of our improvements from last year. We've automated the process. Go to the next slide, please. So in summary, we have moved to an online registration. This works pretty effectively. You can use online credit debit card or e-check. We offer 3 disabled person lockers per beach, and we'll continue to do that. I think we have a few refinements around that, but we'll continue to look at that. Some of the benefits of the things we did last year, where we eliminate manual processes, we freed up some resources. You know, we don't, I think it's a little bit fair in that we don't have waiting lines in front of the building in the middle of February or March, that some people, like elderly, special needs, seasonal people, working people, might not be able to attend. We've eliminated manual mailing and processing of payments, and we did add 33 disabled lockers on a first come, first served basis. So that's where we are right now. We typically set this pricing early next year, but we put it on for now. So I will now open it up to the council for discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. What do people do now if they don't want to do the online process? If they just want to bring a check, what do they do?
I don't know the answer to that, but Michelle can answer it.
I came in and paid cash last year.
So it's like same as it ever was, if you just want to do it.
It just wasn't the fun of being with everybody outside, we missed that.
I'm sorry, I missed out on the fun, Nancy, but it's the same as it ever was. All right, all right.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, probably the most obvious question for me is, last time we revisited this, the pricing, we knew, and I see our supervisor of DPW in the back, Biagio. I may be calling on you, or we may be calling on you on this, but a year or so ago, a box of lockers, which is basically 3 lockers, the going price for the municipality to purchase it was $1,500, so about $500 a locker, and we were charging whatever it was, $575, as you said, and that $75 really largely helped to compensate us for all the maintenance of the lockers, moving them around, you know, taking them off the beach, putting them on, changing engines and so forth. My question is, over the past year or two, I can't remember when we last looked at the actual cost, have the prices of purchasing a box of lockers gone up dramatically, or is it relatively flat, or do we know?
I don't know. I would assume that they're flat or marginally up.
They're marginal.
Yeah.
Do we know the price?
I don't, we have to get that information. We probably have about that.
Okay, so is it, you said it was 1,500
Yeah.
in the past?
1,500.
Okay, and may I ask too, how long do these lockers generally last?
Once we're constructed now, it should last many years.
Like 5 or 10?
A little more than
Okay, that's good news.
I think the majority of stuff that goes wrong are usually the fixtures. Is that correct, G?
it's the fixtures, right? It's just setting on and on the surface, they kind of rack.
Right.
You have to just, you know, reform them. But yes, as far as the material line, that won't happen for many, many years.
And are you having any built this year?
It's not our plan to, and that's a capacity issue. Finding storage for them, moving them around if we have an emergency.
So no replacements this year?
They're just fixing your, you know, reconstructing some of the other ones that still have wood. But we're not building any.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, this, I mean, I'm doing the math and roughly in my head, and I'm rounding intentionally, but the 575 to 600 is a little less than a 5% increase. The renewals, probably a little more than a 10% increase, 12% or something like that. So, it's the goal just to get these to round numbers. I mean, given all the increases in costs of living in Bradley Beach, you know, I think the entire council, I'm sure you as well we're all sensitive to the fact that we'd like to minimize cost increases wherever possible. If if the anticipated new cost of, purchasing new equipment is relatively flat. I guess my only question is there any consideration we should be giving to keeping our rates flat for still one more year?
I mean, it really comes down to the conversation we had last year, and I guess the only extenuating circumstance now for the beach is we did get a surprise last year, which is going to cost us a pretty significant amount of money, and that's the outfall pipe. So we've got to fund that. And this incremental, the incremental beach locker, besides maintenance of those, the revenue we generate on this, any excess we have does offset some of the other costs that we're going to incur. And I think the McCabe, I'm just trying to think about the cost. I know that we had with the bond that we had an estimated cost per year. I just cannot remember what it was, but it's pretty
170 or
significant.
so.
Yeah, it's a significant number. It's not a small number. That very much could be the number. So, I see this as to the extent there might be some margin here that it helped us maintain the surplus and not start depleting that significantly. And when we looked at it last year, it was, we wanted to get to a place, but we didn't want to do it in one pop. So we said, let's look at it for 2 years, over a 2-year period.
Can you remind me, when people buy this goes into the beach fund?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And does the beach fund pay for the outfall pipe?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
And no taxpayer dollars go there.
Well, I
The
mean,
taxpayer owns a locker.
yeah,
There you go.
yeah, I mean, the indirect badges, lockers, all those.
Right, it all goes towards that. Okay.
But but I thought when we had done the analysis on the cost of the beach badges and how much to raise them, we had done the analysis and had thought that really with raising the price of the beach badges and with the surplus that we had, that we would be in pretty good shape, based on the numbers that we had done in our projections. So, with raising the price of the lockers right now, without knowing where we're gonna be with the outfall pipe, be prudent right now, just so that we had more of a surplus, since we already did the analysis with the beach badges?
Well, I don't know if we're going to, well, number one, on the beach badges, I think we didn't go to we went. My memory's gonna fail me a little bit. We didn't go the full measure of one of the recommendations we had, which I think was,
5 and 5.
yeah, something
For
like
the
that.
You had 10,
junior and
10,
senior.
5, 5,
Yeah,
5,
Yeah.
2.
37.
So we're gonna get a little bit of a bump there, but not the same bump that we thought we would get, number one. Two, the surplus, all things being equal, is gonna deplete. Because the outfall pipe cost is not gonna be offset by any increases that we're laying in here. This increase. But for the lockers, the increase, might partially offset, but our locker income, it's about 125 a year. It was about 100, so with those increases, we pick up about 25,000, so that feeds potentially a portion, if we can get good with our maintenance and stuff. It feeds a portion of offsetting that outfall pipe, but the surplus is definitely going to go south because of the outfall pipe over the next X amount of years, because we don't see attendance at the beach soaring. We got a super bump with COVID, but it's kind of trickled down a couple of percent a year. So we assumed a 5% reduction this year.
Right.
So when we're doing the budget for the beach, we'll probably make that assumption. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but who knows?
When we look at these numbers, I mean, just not only for the benefit of the council, but for residents who are interested in this. The majority of the revenue, it fluctuates between new lockers and renewal lockers, but the vast majority comes from renewal lockers, because typically year might be, as you said, Mr. Mayor, 10 new lockers purchased a year. We, the borough, may purchase more than 10 if some of the old lockers get thrown out.
Replaced, right? That's correct.
But in general, most of our revenue is coming from the renewals, and the revenue is around 125,000. But largely a 10% increase is, roughly $12,000. So
Right.
we're not breaking the bank, from a beach, revenue standpoint. I think we all want to be sensitive to, to our residents who, especially those renewing lockers, many of whom have had lockers for 10 or perhaps 15 plus years. I guess my quick reaction, Larry, I don't think it's a big deal, but I kind of like the closer to 5% increases rather than the 10% on the renewals. If we were to do that, we're probably shaving, $6 or $7 grand off the revenue. It's not a big deal in my mind.
Yeah, I can, that's some, do a little math as you're talking through this, yeah.
Okay.
Let's do one second. Sorry.
Well, when you're doing that, I was just gonna say, I'm okay with the numbers that were presented here, because as we just heard from Diageo, the cost of a new locker went up like 10%. And this covers it, if we do the increase presented here, then it covers that probably for a couple of years.
Yeah.
To do it again next year.
Last
Would be good.
Last year would have been 11% increase. Yeah, that's what the math comes out to be.
The fact that Diageo thinks a locker might last more than 3 years. I mean, think about it this way: if a brand new locker costs $600, it's not, what's 500, maybe it's more. And we have to replace it every 3 years, so we would depreciate it over 3 years, which would be 1/3 of the price, $200 per renewal. If it in fact lasts 5 or 6 years, you could argue that our $200 is maybe more than we need to recover costs. So I do want to make sure the beach utility recovers its costs absolutely, and even give us a little margin for error. But my own sense of this, since the vast majority of the revenue is driven by the renewals, and the renewals are probably safely recovering their costs if they're lasting on average 5 or 6 years. I don't think for the extra $6 grand we should hit the residents. I'd suggest, $600 on the locker, on the new locker, and make the 180 go to 190, which is, those are both closer to 5-6%, something like that. I mean, it's not again, it's maybe, I think.
Well, it's 180 right now. It's 180 right now.
Yeah, move it to 190. And it probably drops a 15,000 revenue increase to 7,500 or something, it's not a big deal. And our residents might actually appreciate us not increasing the rate to 10%.
Go for that.
Yeah.
I mean, keep the new ones at 600, I think it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Yep, I'm going to this one, and you guys are done.
Yeah.
Okay, any public comment? Yes.
So I'm just curious,
And
Mia Mullen, 302 Fourth Avenue. Do you know what the percentage of the people are that have lockers that live in Bradley Beach? Do you have any idea?
I do not know. I think Michelle knows. I don't know. Michelle, can you hear us? I guess she can.
No, I'll go confirm, but I've heard estimates of roughly 50-50, but I'll go confirm.
Yeah, I don't think it's that
It's
high.
really that low. And the only reason why I was, right, that she's checking. The only reason why I thought to mention it or give you food for thought is that given the huge increase that we've had in our taxes from a PR perspective, for all of you, to have it just lay flat, given all of the inflation and status of the world and everybody's expenses, it is a tool you could use for PR purposes, because what's gonna happen is it's gonna be all the rumors floating around that darn council or that darn mayor, if we split it like it always happens, are raising it considerably, even if it is up to the 190. And again, I only say this, if we need the money, I'm all for it. I never want us to be defunct, as a town, but with the huge tax.
Well, it is a utility, and the thing with this utility is that we are going to have, this outfall pipe is gonna cost us.
Right, I heard you talking about all the math on it, and I just would want you to be sure, but I wouldn't want to just raise it just to say, well, cost of living, everything's going up. Let's just raise it to be safe, but let's have some numbers, because it is,
Yeah.
I wish it was more residents, because it would really be a good PR
Yeah.
thing for everybody sitting
Did you get
in
an
that desk.
estimate?
Yeah, so it's tough because a lot of people have second homes in Bradley Beach and they may not use their Bradley Beach address to purchase their locker,
yes.
so.
We should really track that though, because it just would be nice to know the percentage of people that actually have homes here. And we could add that to that online application process. As complicated as it is, you just add another question
Yeah.
to capture that data. Because I think that would be really interesting to have.
Okay.
And don't just nod your head. I just hope that somebody does that, because I really think it's an interesting statistic. I am curious though, how are the lockers assigned to the people? Because when we used to wait on the line, the fun of it,
It's random.
it's random. Is there any consideration to give assignments based on tenure of having a locker?
No,
And why wouldn't you do that?
because I think that the company that we're using to do it it's a random, the process they use is a random process, so. And I don't think we only have records of people up to a point of when they bought lockers. That I did ask, I asked that question before.
I would think that would be more fair. I mean, even if I was all the way on the end and I had to walk the extra block to go to my locker, if I'm the last one in, I'd accept that.
I don't think you mean it's random, like where you get a locker. If you sign up to get a locker at
Or that-
Fourth Avenue.
Oh, yeah,
But-
random for
but
that
I
block.
sort of-
Right, right.
I was like all the way on the end this year.
Oh, you say-
Maybe 'cause I
okay.
stand up here too much.
Wanna make
but I was
sure.
all the way on the end.
I asked to be on the end and they didn't give that to me.
When I say the end, I mean, I have
Oh,
to
it's
go
random.
down the stairs, walk almost a block to get to my locker, right? So kind of defeats the purpose when I'm only 2 blocks from the beach. And I'm not sure what I'm saying. I was just wondering how that was assigned and if there's any consideration for tenure. I just think it would make sense, but the town, the people who rent it would be accepting of that. I can't see anybody having an issue with that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. And I also want to preface this with, since no one has gotten to it in 3 years of requesting, I'm not, nor have I ever been an employee of the borough. I have not ever volunteered or served on any board or commission. All kidding aside, regarding waiting outside for the lockers. It is an extreme concern to not have a cash in-person option, which did not appear here. Because what would I do? In addition, there's the people who get a locker after the season started, when there's people that didn't show up, they come down here and get a check. What would they do?
I believe we accommodate people in those one-off situations. We don't just say, sorry, you can't do it. But the
Well,
majority of people have used the system pretty effectively to date.
you finished interrupting me?
No, I'm actually conversing with you. I'm not interrupting you. I'm trying to give you some information. I'm sorry.
The cash option needs to exist. Not everyone has a credit card, not everyone puts it online. And to have a presentation that excludes it, given the past accuracy of the way things work here, is quite a concern. In addition, Community Pass was, last year for the first time, we were told it was flat fee of $800. There was never any extra charges. And then what happened to the people that used it? They got a 3% charge. So when you're calculating, and for people, I know some people think lockers are a luxury. For a lot of us, they are not, they are a necessity. You have additional costs on your raising your prices. Let alone, I'd like to point out that there's a fee of on the bill list for Community Pass, hidden under the name of Capture Point. So we have additional costs this year for this process that we used to do in-house. I can't imagine what you're gonna do other than you need to maintain the cash option. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Age this year, 112 Fourth Avenue, is there any consideration for residents at priority as far as closer to the entranceway to the beach?
No, there hasn't been,
Why not?
because it is a random process that we set up last year.
But isn't there a way that, as with the random process, that you can't accommodate the residents of this town first, and then the people who are non-residents can go a little, have, you know, still have lockers, but have them further away?
I am not gonna stretch here, but Counselor, Hannah, is there not around beach purchases and beach stuff that you've got to be all things to all people? You can't discriminate based on.
Yes,
people's
public
intent.
trust doctrine.
Is what?
It's called the public trust doctrine.
Okay,
So you are taking care of the beach as a public trust for the general public.
Do you think that that's extends to like the placement of like lockers?
Well, okay. well,
I'm not quite
so
understanding the argument
there's
being,
your
but-
part with
Okay,
your-
so just so very clear. If your locker's all the way the farthest away from the beach entrance, that's inconvenient and in the randomized system the community pass uses. It's randomized, so they couldn't take into consideration somebody that was a town resident or older or, you know, just infirm and didn't want to walk that far, like closer to the entrance is better. And randomized means nobody has a chance of getting closer to the entrance. That's all. I would say the public trust doctrine doesn't extend into the randomness of beach locker assignments, but
I wasn't sure if it was
I mean,
anything on the
perhaps
beach.
you could keep it, I mean, I think look, giving anyone preference on the beach is always problematic, period.
Okay.
As you can just read in the newspaper from time to time, right? You know, you could, like we make, the streets are open to everyone, the general public, right? But we have special handicap permit. So perhaps you could do something like that, like a block of blockers for special accommodations.
We do
we
that.
do have.
We did that this year.
Forgive me for being unfamiliar with the beach lockers. I carry all that stuff.
Right,
You guys kept it all first.
$600, you can have a locker in this town.
But now, the handicap lockers, I know on Fourth Avenue, were not all rented to handicapped people.
That could very well be if we went through the handicap request and somebody didn't come back and we didn't have 3 people, we wouldn't leave the locker empty.
Regarding the handicap lockers, if my memory holds me correctly, those, the construction of those lockers were outsourced to, oh, come on, Pennsylvania Dutch people, am I correct in that?
I don't think so. Gee, who built the lockers? It's on 33, right? The company on 33.
Oak something.
It's a place, when you drive 33 towards Hightstown, that place with all the,
They contracted to them, but we ordered through the shed company, I don't remember the name.
Yeah.
Now, then why are we having, I'm
Oak tree, that's it.
okay, I'm just confused on why didn't public service make those lockers and why did we outsource it?
that was a decision we made,
Yeah, it was very similar in price and we had other
stuff to
things
do.
that we were tending to, and it's not like it cost us an extra 600 to have it done through them. It was like a couple $100 difference.
Well, would it be fair to say that maybe if we outsourced it, these lockers would be more uniform? Because if you look on the visual on the beach, some are all different shapes, all different depths, and all different heights, and they have all different mechanisms on them. So in the sense of uniformity for the town, would it be about, you know, something to consider? That you would replace it so we would have a more uniform look on the beach. And if you're, and they would have longer shelf life, so to speak. It's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. What is it? So I'm gonna stay on time.
We have a hand on them.
Yeah, that's one hand up.
Linda W. 312 Lindley Avenue.
Could we send out something earlier in the year to everybody that has a beach locker? Or are you gonna renew it? Because people have moved, they probably have forgotten they had a beach locker. You know, we don't automatically go to the Borough Hall and say, I'm not gonna have my beach locker anymore. There's probably gonna be more vacant lockers than you think to reassign them to people that are waiting. I'm not waiting, I have a locker, but I'm just thinking ahead.
We can look at that, yeah. By the fact that we're doing this, last year we did this in February. We
Well,
had this meeting in February. We had this discussion in February. last year.
well, that's good, but I think it should go out earlier.
Well, now that we have the system and we've got the bugs mostly kicked out of it.
But for the people that don't live in town and go to council meetings, they might not even know, so they need to get a letter.
Yeah, no, well, no, there's one thing we have on the beach lockers is everybody's got an email, so they all get communicated to.
Well, maybe a mass email can go out
yeah.
earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one on the board, is that right?
That's correct. Paula Shamkin?
Paul, you have a question?
Hi, yeah, Paul Nishamkin, 411.5 Lorraine. I have a question on this random. I'm a senior. I'm 82 years old. I'm not handicapped, but I have difficulty if I wind up at the far end of the line to have, if the random pick puts me at the far end, I have to walk all the way down and back. That's not easy for me. I would argue that seniors possibly should get a break. I mean, we're getting a break on beach badges from what, $80 to $35. Maybe we should get a break on the lockers. Or at least there should be a section near the front that is reserved for seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, just a general comment, and then I think we're done with input is, one of the reasons we were very careful with this random process is no matter what you do, somebody will say, well, no, you favored that person and you did this and you did this and you did this. So we were very careful to make it as random as possible and have this company do it for us. So we're not involved. We can ask that question or if there's options around it, but even then, we could get into a whole decision set of criteria that might drive a few people crazy, but we can certainly look at that. Okay, yes. Next one.
That may involve something. What is the exact reason why we can't have either all of the lockers or maybe half of the lockers on the, promenade side, how other beaches do? I mean, that would certainly probably cut, obviously, the distance in half. If other beaches are doing it, that don't even have dunes as great as we do, blocking them, I don't see why we couldn't do that.
You mean between the promenade and the dunes?
And the dunes, like how we have them set with their backs to the dunes, why don't we have half to the dunes and half on the promenade side?
Because you
So-
have people younger than you and I who jump off the
Well, I
promenade.
mean,
onto
I
lockers.
understand that, but obviously every other town is doing it, so there, and I think we have very competent, police and patrols that could handle that, why wouldn't we at least pilot it? And if we say, hey, this year this was a horrible situation,
Oh, we could-
then we go back to do it, but that would obviously fix
Yeah,
a
we
lot of
can-
the problems
we can-
perhaps that. Just a thought.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we moved up the this resolution. So we weren't coming back to it. So what I'm hearing y'all say is 600 and 190. Is that what's the consensus here? So we want to move on resolution 2023-275 and fill in the blanks of 600 and 190. Okay, does somebody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gustavsky?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
No,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay. Our next, excuse me, and our next agenda item is also on the boards. This is a follow-up from our last meeting and it's on, I think it's a fairly quick overview of our best practices, and I think this BA DeMarco is going to cover this. So Michelle, if you could put up the next deal here. Make it a little bigger than that, thank you. I know. I was joking.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present the Bradley Beach 2023 Best Practices Inventory. This is, next slide, please. So essentially pursuant to law, through the Division of Local Government Services distributes an updated best practices inventories to all municipalities, through which the state obtains vital information about the status of municipal government practices here in New Jersey. The 2023 inventory assesses each municipality's compliance with various laws and evaluates the implementation of fiscal and operational best practices. The inventory answers provide taxpayers with additional means of evaluating the municipality's performance, but it also identifies for the state some areas where municipalities may need some technical assistance and gives them some guidance on that. So the total of 42 possible points, Bradley Beach scored 37, which I think Mr. Cannon said at the last meeting is a pretty good score for a municipality. Next slide, please. So the BPI features questions on the following topics. There's questions on ethics, on personnel, on budget, on financial administration, on capital projects, transparency, procurement, cybersecurity, lead remediation, shared services, special improvement districts, solid waste, recycling, utilities, and general environmental issues. Next slide, please. So there's a total of 67 questions amongst three scoring categories. This year, the division introduced a total of 15 new scored questions. And each municipality needs to receive a score of at least 29 points in order to receive their full state aid. So this year's BPI had some new and also a lot of repeat questions on the following topics: core competencies, best practices, and unscored survey. Next slide, please. So core competencies, these address the statutory and regulatory compliance obligations and other areas critical to municipal finance and operation. These are scored with positive credit with 1 point each, awarded for yes, perspective, and not applicable. Best practice questions involve fiscal and operational practices that are of significant benefit to many municipalities, but are not foundational in nature and not uniformly applicable to all municipalities. These receive positive credit of a half point each, with positive credit for yes or not applicable. And then there's unscored survey questions, which there are a lot of. These are meant to gather information from the state. They don't count towards the municipality's final score, although we do complete them for the inventory. And answers to these questions help the state determine where municipalities may need additional assistance and where the local government services and BCA may need to prioritize their resources to provide technical assistance to municipalities throughout the state. Next slide, please. So next question, how is the BPI scored? We did this one, that's the previous slide. There we go. How did Bradley Beach score? So of the 42 available points, there were 36 points available in core competencies, 6 available in best practices. Bradley Beach received 32 out of 36 points in core competencies and 5 out of 6 points for best practices. Again, what you're not seeing reflected here are those unscored questions because they don't count towards our final score. So next slide, please. So I think the question is, where can we do better, right? That's what we always want to know as a community. So one, financial deadlines. I don't think that's a shock to anyone sitting here in this room who's been following things. We did not get our budget adopted on time. We also did not submit the annual financial statement on time in 2022. We can do better with our cash flow analysis. Does it look like this was done on deposited or invested funds in 2023? Additionally, we can do better with green practices. One of the scored questions is about if we have public EV charging stations on municipal property. There's also a question about whether there's a policy or plan in place to start switching to alternative fuel or hybrid models. Until we have a charging station on municipal property, it doesn't make sense to start, trying to convert to an electric fleet. And then the other thing is PERC filing. So PERC is the Public Employment Relations Commission, and the cost impact summary, which is done during labor negotiations, those should be filed with PERC, and it does not appear that the PBA contract was filed with PERC. So that is definitely something we can do better with the new contracts going forward. Next slide, please. So what did we do well? These are the questions that were all the scored questions. We received 100% credit, basically points for every single one. So capital projects, cybersecurity, ethics, personnel, procurement, and shared services. We all did really well in the borough. Next slide, please. So if you want to find more information, a copy of the borough's BPI and a copy of this presentation can be found on our website by going to bradleybeachnj.gov/reports. Anyone has any questions? I'm happy to.
Can I just like, who's doing the scoring? Who's rating us?
The Division of Local Government Services through the DCA.
State.
Who responds to the questions?
Yeah.
I completed the inventory this year.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Meredith, I have a question. You mentioned there are a number of unscored questions.
Yeah.
But what's the purpose of asking us questions that no one's scoring them?
So for example, this year, there was a lot of question about lead remediation. There was a law passed about a year ago that all rental properties have to be inspected, whether it's visual or dust sampling. And they've been giving municipalities time to implement that. So what they were, a lot of the questions this year were, have you done any yet? How's your program going? How many have you conducted? How many dust cloth? How many visuals? So that's the kind of things that they ask. It's to help guide them where they should direct their resources.
So actually, I have a question on that. That's not all rental units. That's gotta be ones that.
Yes, that predate, what is it, 1978?
Well, but is it also like 1 and 2 families, or is it only multifamilies like 4 and over? Because I would think that the state makes a distinction on that.
I believe it's 2 families, but I can double check and get back to you, but I believe that's what the lead is.
Okay, and only if it's well, most of the town was constructed before 1978, but so you think it's only for places constructed before that?
If you want to give me one moment, Councilman, I can answer your question for you right now. Let's see. I thought they put the date rate on the survey, but they did not, so I can get back to you for that and put it in the minutes for next
That's
week.
okay. And then I just want to comment, I saw a thing about flex fuel vehicles, and I don't know why the state has that. I mean, I personally think that's kind of useless, because I remember, I feel like it was like 15 years ago, we brought like an alternative fuel vehicle for the police, and that's maybe looks good on paper, but if there's not some place to go fill your vehicle up with ethanol or whatever, you know, then it's kind of useless. So I mean, I don't want to jump through that hoop just to say we got it, because it's not, doesn't help in the real world. So
Yeah,
you have a-
no, I agree, and until we have, you know, electric vehicle charging stations on municipal property, we can't really switch over our fleet to electric vehicles either.
Fine.
You know, maybe that's a interim option we should pursue. You know, we had a lot of acrimony for electric charging stations. Maybe we do something just on municipal property for the short term, which helps us with this, helps us with moving towards electric vehicles. But doesn't get into all the, you know, I don't want it on my block, I don't want it on Ocean, I don't want it here, I don't want it there. That might be something to consider.
But
Meredith.
besides getting a higher score, if you were to do that, what else is there any? Like,
It moves us towards electric vehicles in municipal sites.
Understood, but I don't know, if we had this discussion for a long time before, if there's a cost to us. I'm trying to think of what we gained by having a higher score. The 37 was good, according to Greg. Why would we do something just to do it? I think someone has made that point, John did this before. What would be the result of doing that for the score? If you get a higher score, what does it matter?
We use above 29 is what you need to get your full
For
state
state
aid.
aid.
Right, so to do something just to do it, to put the energy
Well, no,
and
I-
resource around it.
I think electric vehicles is gonna happen,
All right, but I don't think Bradley Beach should be the root of it.
but
Like,
no, my point was maybe there's an interim move that you use.
I think that's a whole other workshop.
the score's good, so why would you?
Yeah, right.
Because you always want to strive for excellence.
So many other things.
Yes,
I mean, charging station at the yard, they don't have.
we have a plug.
It's a plug, it's a truck.
Yeah, for two small electric vehicles. That's not a set of charging stations.
Well,
That's a plug.
put a thing over it, the little stickers.
No, ultimately, we'd like to move into an electric fleet of everything, and for that, you need charging stations. Well, no, it could pay back, because if you look at our fuel costs and our maintenance costs, it might make sense long term. And I think our governor's put a mandate out there for electric vehicles, 2035 or something. Yeah. Just moves us in the right direction. Yes.
Yeah, I'm curious where you said you answered and filled out this form or whatever it is. Where does the data come from that you entered?
So this is historical data, so it is covering a time period of which I was not the administrator for. So a lot of these answers, Ben provided some for us, our code department provided some, DPW. It's really a team effort to gather all the information. Our cybersecurity IT guy helped provide the answers for all the IT questions.
And where do you get information on ethics?
Well, the ethics questions in specifically were. A lot of them were actually unscored and focused around municipal ethics boards, of which we do not have a local municipal ethics board. A lot of municipalities of our size don't have one. They depend on the local finance board, which is what Bradley Beach would ever do in that situation. So those were a lot of the ethics questions.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you,
Thank you,
DA,
everyone.
and hopefully we continue to improve. Yeah, because we did, I've heard in prior meetings, what are we doing on continuous improvement? This is one of the mechanisms to test that, and it also generates questions within the department saying, well, maybe we could do something different or better. We want to spend the early part of January kind of gearing up some improvement initiatives. So this is a tool that just helps us with that. Okay, I'll go to the next agenda item, which is thank you for that presentation. Approval of minutes. I'll make a motion to approve the November 8th, 2023 council business meeting minutes.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. I'll make a motion to approve the November 8th, 2023 executive session meeting minutes. Second.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. I'll make a motion to approve the November 30th special meeting executive session minutes.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
I will abstain. I wasn't there.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, we have, next on the agenda is public comments pertaining to the 12/6/23 agenda. Items only, 5-minute limit, single instance to speak per participant, whether in person or virtual.
If I may, Mayor, I'd like to ask Erica, did we get any letters for this part of the meeting?
For
The,
comment on
yeah,
the
public
agenda?
comments, yeah,
I didn't see any emails,
okay,
and I didn't get any letters in the mail or anything.
great, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, yes.
Green Shifty, 112 Fourth Avenue. I have some questions regarding the bill list. I noticed that, there were manual checks written to Prime Point for $8,735.95. First of all, and then later on in the bills list, I saw that there was another payment that was on page 24 of the bills list. And I saw that they were also issued money for $2,763.65. It's a total of $11,499.60. I guess back up, what is Prime Point and why is there an $8,735 charge there?
Yeah, so Prime Point, I'll turn it over to our borough administrator, but the question was, there's two Prime Point charges on the bill list. Prime Point does our payroll.
Yes, so Prime Point does a lot. Prime Point is not only our payroll, but they also help prepare our quarterly taxes. They track employees accrued time. They do our W-2 prep. They do our ACA reporting. So it's a lot of functions within the system. And they also host the software that serves as a time clock for employees.
Okay, well, was this a contract, this for the $8,735?
No, that was past invoices that were received. They were being sent through an email address erroneously, and as part of the effort that we've been making to really streamline and capture and make sure that everything is going to the appropriate people, we have been paying those. So those are bills for August, September, and November
Of which year?
this year.
My next question on the bills list is on page 18 to Marion Belek, Public Relations Consultant, for $4,375. Who is she? And what does she provide?
In first quarter of this year, she provided supervisory communication, website, any number of things.
Now, she also received in September, was it a total of?
That was 2022. One was for
September
2020.
23.
One was
I
for,
went through the bills list on September 22nd, 2023, on page 11, she received $17,000.
right, one bill was for 2022, one bill was for 2023. We stopped her services at the end of the first quarter in 2023.
Okay, you confused me, I don't know.
But Mr. Mayor, you know, the point is that this still doesn't reflect the actual when these services were rendered, and it makes it seem just, I guess, because the bill came in August, like she didn't do anything for that.
That was a PO, that was a PO.
Okay, nonetheless, it still doesn't reflect that when this was done, and that was the problem that we have with the last item
Right.
on this by this person.
Right.
It's just that it wasn't reflecting when the
Right.
work was done, so that's what was my request last time, that would be my request this time, but
Right.
let's just show when it was
Thank
done.
you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Okay, and then on page 27, Sattembrino Architects for Public Works feasibility study. And the bill originated in 8 months of, it was 8 months, 2022. And we're now just paying them for $2,500. And the description was for road repair and maintenance. And this is an architect firm. Can somebody please describe what this is all about? And first of all, it was for a bill for 2022 that we're just paying now.
It could very well be, yes.
And, you know, I've stood here many times, and this is not the first time
Yep.
that it's been brought to everybody's attention
Yep.
that bills are being paid late. And I don't understand why this,
Or we're being invoiced late, one or the other, yes.
well,
I don't know what the case is on here, maybe you can clarify.
This one, I believe, is being paid late. The invoice date is from the end of April. Truly, I can only speak for in the last 2 months, we've really been trying to streamline the process, fix errors to make sure these bills are being paid. One of the other changes that you'll notice is we actually ran what is more of a typical bills list. And this includes not only the bills that are received, but the bills that are being held. And as we discussed before, held means encumbered. So the idea here is that when we get an invoice, we encumber the funds, we hold them, right? It's being held, we can get governing body approval to pay for that. And then once we get the PO signed back, we now have authorization from the governing body to go ahead and pay that bill right away instead of having to delay until we have this signed.
with all due respect, I've been asking questions about this from the time that I think Ms. Humphrey was here. And this has been going on and nobody holds themselves responsible for the fact that these bills are being paid late. And nobody, and I don't understand why this is a repetitive problem within our town. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
actually, Meredith, if I could follow up on that,
Yeah.
I mean, it's listed as road repair and building maintenance and. I mean, the guy like drew plans for a building, so why is it listed as road repair, do you know?
So it's under the DPW budget for road repair and maintenance, and I believe that that was just how the bill was split up in the budget. Again, these were funds that were encumbered and split that way before I got here, but that was what they did, was in the DPW to split it between streets and roads and buildings and grounds.
Is that to say that you're thinking about repairing the building?
No, no.
Okay. Well, then why is that?
Well, no, they've done architectural work for us to potentially move to one site. And we do have that plan, but we've already paid for that. That design.
Then what's this one for?
Meredith,
This is the same, yeah,
oh, is it?
yeah, this is
But
the
you
invoice from for it.
I'm sorry, well, obviously, we didn't pay the last $2,500, that was it.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes,
If I could just make a quick announcement, I think I'm having a little bit of a glitch with my timer and it's low. So if I say time, it just means your time is up. I'm not trying to be rude, okay? I just wanted to get that out there. Okay, continue.
Okay. Robin Flipsy, 408 Lake Terrace. My question is actually for Greg Hammond, our attorney. And when I looked at the agenda, I wanted to make sure I heard it from you. Is there anything on the agenda tonight that makes the borough vulnerable to a lawsuit?
I mean, I'm not gonna answer that question publicly. I have advised the governing body in the ordinary course, and so to answer that question, I'd have to essentially divulge what I told my clients, so I can't do that here tonight.
So there may have been a conversation about a lawsuit. I just want to understand, you can answer it, but it's because it would reach a confidentiality.
Sure, so I represent the borough, so Erica, Meredith, police officers here, anyone who works for the borough, the governing body, obviously. I give them advice about particular matters. I can't divulge that advice to anybody else. You have the right to remain silent. Miranda, right? You've heard that before, and you have the right to an attorney, and anything you tell your attorney doesn't get told to anybody else. So you're really asking me whether, for legal advice, and that advice is between me and my clients. So respectfully, I have to decline that.
thank you. Yes,
Anita Ontario, 116 River Avenue. I have a question about Prime Point. You mentioned that Prime Point tracks employee hours.
it tracks, I'm sorry, what? I didn't-
Employee hours.
Employee hours, got it.
Employee hours, which would include overtime, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the past, many residents have asked how many hours have different employees, how many hours employees from different departments have their time been charged to the sewer, for instance? How many hours, including overtime, did our employees put in, let's say at the 130th anniversary or the Latin Fest or any other event that took place? And we've repeatedly been told that there's no way to know the answer to that question, but if this Prime Point tracks the hours. I mean, corporate life, in my corporate life, I could run a report to see how I was doing in terms of hours. So why have we not been able to find out how many hours have been charged to different events?
That I can't speak to prior, but what I can tell you is now we have, every event has a special event form that along with it. And with that, the DPW does write exactly how much hours and the cost it's going to cost them for the event, as well as the police department also provides their numbers. So now
How back does that go? Like, who did we get?
We've only been in
No,
Prime, we've only been in Prime Point this year.
So the special events form, which we can divvy out that way, that is new within the last 2 months. And then as far as Prime Point, I believe that I know that the borough joined in February of this year.
And how about the hours being charged by members of other departments to the sewer? Is that
So, like,
something we'll be able to capture?
So the allocations aren't captured by Prime Point. That's a more of a budgeting tool that would be captured in our budget.
Okay, the actual hours, I'm talking actual hours, not allocation.
Okay, so actual hours, yes, that is tracked by the system. So, you know, for example, we could, if Greg Cannon was a full-time employee, we could say Greg Cannon worked 100 hours this week. What that will tell you though is how his salary is allocated across the budget, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
My phone has a timer. Nancy Meadow. Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. Resolution 2023-291. Which is a little confusing to me, but about the gist of it being to share with the governing body and I guess the VA. And potential for lawsuits. I would think without getting into any nitty gritty, the public ought to be informed as well. So I ask that the public be part of that resolution regarding resolution 2023-289. We say this every year. It conflicts with the ordinance and the meetings of the Borough Council. Therefore, I really encourage you this year, which quite honestly only lists 12 meetings for regular business meetings, that you do not approve it. Last year you said you'd come back and for the end of the year and switch that, you didn't. So I'm telling you right here now, this whole thing shouldn't be approved. Regarding the bills list. The first part, which is, I don't know why Department of Labor payments would be made in the month of November or December. They should be made the first month of every quarter, because they capture the payments of the payroll for the previous quarter. I don't know when we went to Prime Point, when we went to Provident, all of that's like, you know, playing with what company can mess us up more. But the list of things that Prime Point does are part of payroll. So to say they do more than payroll, no, that is what payroll companies do. And to pay those kinds of fees, you've got to be crazy. Because what it means is then we need to cut expenses in-house for work that people are not doing, and we don't seem to do that. Now we're adding $3,240 to pay Community Pass, I guess on top of the $1,800. I'm at the point now where it's not a matter of approving the bill list. Information I believe the public needs to know is who approves these purchase orders and vouchers. That's what it comes down to, not the payments. Who is responsible for spending our money and when are you cutting it? Because I can go down here, you got a ridiculous shipping charge on page 1 for some kind of racks. Then we went through this last year and I thought maybe we didn't do it this year because we approved the Jersey Cake badges at the last borough meeting. And I thought, oh my God, no crazy shipping charges. We've done something timely. Yay us, we learned our lesson. But oh no, we've got $250 on page 15, page found. It just goes on and on and on. And where our special events, I guess some people enjoy them. $1,150 for ponies, let alone with keeping your hearts. Is that something you want ponies to do? Again, when you stop spending, it's not a matter of bringing in more money, it's a matter of not sending it out. And I really mean it, we need to know who approves these things. And I mean, you know, who approved the purchase order for Maren, whatever the last name is, who may I say Director of Communications for DMV, which is a little odd to me. Who approved it? We want to know. Somebody get back to me on that? Who
Yes,
approved
I
it?
did.
You did?
Yep.
Okay, and is there a limit to your unilateral approvals?
I don't know.
Okay, who approved the purchase order to Capture Point, which is hiding under the name of Community Pass? We want to know these things now when we come to meetings. So, somebody better start doing work with it.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brindley Avenue. I just had a question and they are all in order for the 1-202-3290. Do we have a CFO? Or not?
That's what we're going to vote on tonight.
So, no, presently, do we have? a
Yeah,
CFO?
well, yes, we do, but it's a 2-year, because it's a service company, you can only have them for 2 years, and the 2 years is expiring.
Okay, and the next one is the question, the one right after that, about what's called, the borough attorney providing the governing body with a report of all pending claims and litigations. I read the resolution, it says something about saving funds. How is that gonna save us funds by them telling us that we're being sued by certain things?
I'm sorry, which,
Yeah, the one right after, 291, 203-291, the resolution about the borough attorney and administrator telling the governing body that they're being sued for something. Or I don't understand.
We're pending claim or litigation of all basis. Oh, I'm sorry. All this. It's a request to provide any lawsuits, basically a month. Did we say monthly or quarterly basis? I can't remember. Monthly. It's just a log of here's all the things. We have a number of, if somebody trips on a sidewalk, if somebody is, has something happen to them in town, we have a log of lawsuits.
Yeah, I was just wondering why did the rest of the board have to be involved in that? It's not just the mayor and the business administrator handles all those things. It just seems just denied.
Because it was a request from the governing body.
Okay, I just want to explain why. That's all.
Okay, if I
It just
can,
doesn't make
Mr. Mayor,
sense.
it's because there's lawsuits that the governing body didn't know about, and we thought we should know about.
Oh, okay,
So,
thank you.
You got it.
That clears it up. Last one is the one right after that, 292. I read this resolution and I'm just confused by it because it seems, I'm not sure what it's protecting or what it's doing, so if someone can explain it. That if someone complains about my party of a noise violation, and then it seems like that information can be just anonymous, that anyone can just do that, is that what that's saying? And I have no recourse, I know how they're operating that, or it's just a sealed document, like, how does that go against Oprah? Because isn't that something that if someone makes some type of complaint against you?
If I can reply on this one as well, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
The situation that this is trying to address is if a complaint is made, and then if it's a code officer, a police officer, whoever comes out and tries to deal with the complaint, they say, yeah, your neighbor complained about you.
Oh, God.
So it's trying to avoid that and trying to avoid conflicts between neighbors.
No,
and-
that makes sense.
Right, so that's what.
But
this-
we need a resolution for that, isn't that like normal
It's,
practice?
well, we would think we think you need a
It's a
resolution.
very good question. Some people agree with that and others don't.
Well, is it happening? Because that's what I'm asking. I mean, someone did say something to us, we asked the police officer, he said something, it actually wasn't the right person, it was actually someone else. But so, I mean, okay, so it's meant to protect,
Could you look into that, please?
it was meant to protect. Who's it protecting, just the people making the complaints?
If I may add to, it's a matter of privacy and safety.
Okay.
Sometimes, if someone shows up to your house, hey, we got a call, your neighbors said something. Now, I don't feel your neighbor's safe. I don't, it creates neighbor against neighbor animosity. So I think, it's like, rather than say that, just say, hey, we have an ordinance that you're violating. Or we have a law against what you're doing.
Okay.
And we, appreciate it.
No, that
This
makes
way, it
sense.
just keeps it anonymous, and I think it just makes it a lot more
I have a
obvious.
question about the anonymity of it. Does that mean that when the person makes the complaint, say I call the police and they take a log record and they have X, Y, Z, is that where it's anonymous as well?
You can request to be anonymous.
But you can request to be anonymous, but say the person doesn't give their name. That this resolution does not go against that. right?
No, it doesn't. In fact, the people could Oprah your name.
Okay.
So that is public information, but you do have the option to remain
Anonymous,
anonymous.
yeah, I know that. I just wasn't sure if that's just bypassing all that anonymity. I want to.
I think it's kind of like reinforcing it because
Okay.
you are anonymous and, you
Yeah.
know, even if you said the neighbor, well,
Yeah.
you're not totally anonymous anymore.
Yeah, but that means the person has to go and seek it out, correct? It's not code enforcement who said, hey, your neighbor complained about your law.
Right, this way code enforcement will be instructed on how to respond to calls
Okay,
from neighbors without.
okay, great. Thank you so much for the clarification.
You got it.
Oh, you? Okay, I thought you were pointing to that versus raising your hand. Yes. Nobody else. I can see.
Mm-mm.
Nobody on the board, right?
Williamshire, 110 Fifth Avenue. In reference to ordinance 2023-12. The land use board, we received a 78-page document. I believe it was on November 2nd. And we were constantly asking our secretary, and she finally was able to get a red line document, because what we were doing originally is we had to go line by line, sentence by sentence to see what the changes were actually. We were never given anything that was changed. Normally, anyone that gets anything that's changed, you'll have it crossed out or anything. We received a document that was not that way. The secretary didn't get it till like November 20th, a red line document showing us where the changes were, what was changed and stuff like that. So with that, we reviewed,
Was it October
everything.
20th?
excuse me,
I know your actual resolution was November 14th, so I presume it was October 20.
I'll be in October, yes, I'm sorry. So anyway, we were given that, and we only had like about 7 to 10 days to really look at 78-page document. It wasn't fair to go right. Well, after reviewing it, we made our comments and, wrote it down. And we also found unanimously that it was inconsistent with the master plan, which was stated and was sent to the mayor and council. And I looked at this document that's on there now that you're gonna be moving forward. And there's no changes. Now, one recommendation that the land use board made is in this document, not one. It is inconsistent. There's things in here that contradict each other in different places.
I think we plan to discuss potential changes, so no one was given us, the council, no one has given us an opportunity to deliberate, privately about what changes we want to make, but I know that each of us have individually reviewed your land use board's recommendations, and I, for one, am here planning to suggest a couple of changes. I don't know about my
Well,
colleagues.
if anything, I would make a recommendation that we table this and revisit it in January, just table it completely.
Well, once we hear everyone's comments.
From what I see and from what I understand, Mr. Cannon sent the actual letter that the land use secretary submitted to you guys on November 28th,
Yes,
I believe it was.
yes, 2 weeks after your secretary sent it to the borough.
Right. So there's an issue there.
I do have a question for, I guess, I don't know, Mr. Cannon or Mr. Matlack, but why was there such a delay in getting the red line version to the land use board? We had a red line version from Mr. Cannon, Mr. Matlack had a red line version. I'm not sure why,
We never received it till the 20th.
but who would
And
have
it was
It was
Christie
introduced on the
that
11th.
received it.
was introduced on the 11th? They were given a copy without redlining. That's just a little odd.
No, the ordinance itself was redlined.
It was.
It has my usual underlines for additions, strike throughs for.
That's
I
not
bet
what we
it- bet-
received. That's not what we received. Because that first weekend, I was going line by line, looking to see where the changes were. And then I turned around and called Christie and I asked her, she goes, I don't have anything like that. In fact, I
Those-
believe,
They,
the chairman also, who's sitting right here, Dennis Mayer, he received the same thing. And he even made calls to our secretary asking her, please give us something, what are we looking at? What was changed? Yeah,
I can't speak to it. I mean, I've been very involved in reviewing your work. Somewhere in the process of the administration providing you that document, you should have had it.
No, I should correct, the chairman is right. Because we replaced the entire thing in its entirety. If that was otherwise it would have been a disaster to read. And the only one that still has the red line, the track changes is bed, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so you must have provided, so they must have sent this ordinance over. Oh, and then they contact, okay, I follow it, okay.
The one that I sent to.
Ben, could you speak up so everybody can hear you?
I got it.
The copy that the copy that I sent to the borough had had red lines indicating where the changes were in which section. And I guess the way Greg just described it, because it was replaced in its entirety, that ordinance that was introduced was not redlined or marked up like.
Right. So basically, he was the sort, you guys worked together, all together, gave me the document track changes. To turn those into the usual strike throughs and underlines would have made this a disaster. And so I think it wasn't that easy, but I essentially accepted his track changes and then adopted a whole new chapter. So when Erica probably sent it, I was gonna say, I sent it the next day. Over to them, it doesn't have what's changed, it just has what the new language would be. So I guess they must have reached out to Ben, who then sent the underlying source document to them. So that explains what we're talking about.
yeah, well,
To everyone who's completely lost out there.
I mean, there's a lot of inconsistency in this. There's gray areas. As far as that, in fact, like I stated, you were at the meeting. Currently, roughly 65% of the town is non-conforming. Some of these ordinances are gonna exacerbate that number. We're gonna be like 80%. Is this the avenue that we're looking to do, make the entire town non-conforming? Because that's what's happening with some of these ordinances that are in here.
We've got all your recommendations, Bill.
All right.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Dennis Mayer, 312 Second Avenue. And I want to thank Bill for approaching the subject. So I had the same issue too, as being chairman of the land use board. We had nothing to work from. And it was just presented to us, here it is, it's sorted out, and highlighted on our own and try to figure out what's what. There were a couple of things in this proposed ordinance that's somewhat problematic, and to say with Bill about the non-conformity. One in particular is the change of minimum lot size for garage apartments from 5,000 square feet to 7,500 square feet, which basically means 30 lots in town around that number can build garage apartments. Everybody else is zoned out. Now that's just going to preclude us to get hit with a lot of applications of people sitting on 5,000 square foot lots who've been sitting there for years and not being able to build. Also, building heights were changed. We were caught off guard by this. And I don't know if the public actually understands what this ordinance is. And I'm asking to table this until next year and revisit it with the land use board and discuss the issues. There are like inconsistencies regarding basement bedrooms. Yes, they are prohibited, but then there's language saying with proper egress. You can't have a better place. These are things that are in the ordinance right now. So I really, you go ahead and pass this. You're doing a disservice to all of this. And I believe you should just table it and you can discuss it among yourselves, but you need to also reach out to the land use board as we are a partner with you in this town for enforcement and working with the public to have them get what they need to build a project. We don't need any more roadblocks in the way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dennis. Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Beth Kepler, 504 Central Avenue here in town. I would like to direct my comments tonight to ordinance 2316. I support the governing body passing this ordinance, and I'm going to restrict my comments to just reading a well-established law on the record for your consideration, because I'd like to be documented that I read this on the record prior to your vote. It's called the Optional Municipal Charter Law, 38 NJSA 40:69A165. It reads as follows: promise of office, position, employment, or benefits forbidden. No candidate for office, appointment, or employment, and no officer, appointee, or employee in any municipality shall directly or indirectly give or promise any person, any office, position, employment, benefit, or anything of value for the purpose of influencing or obtaining the political support, aid, or vote of any person under the penalty of being disqualified to hold the office or employment to which he may be or may have been elected or appointed. This is effective June 8th, 1950.
Thank you. Yes.
On the Greenblatt 414 Monmouth Avenue. This is with regard to ordinance 2023-16. The temporary appointment of BA Meredith DeMarco comes to its 90-day conclusion by year's end. The seat will go vacant for the blink of an eye, and then a renewed appointment for her to continue in this role. Based on confirmation by Mr. Fox, this will repeat itself every 90 days while he is in service as mayor. This after the lawsuit initiated by him against council, whose resolution confirmed the protocol of advice and consent by the governing body for such appointments. While the judge did rule that council could not bring forth their own nominees, they were meant to provide consent for such a nomination. I suggest that the council try to bring forth their own nominations out of frustration, and as a consequence of the mayor not hiring the candidate they unanimously selected. Rather, he kept the seat open. We went through the lawsuit, and he now has found a way to put his personal choice in, regardless of the process and the majority opinion. He opted to utilize a loophole to continuously reappoint her in this role. Is this legal? Yes, indeed, based on the loophole. Is this ethical? I suggest that it is not good practice to circumvent the intention of advice and consent in order to wield power. The role of BA is a key position in municipal government that manages all levels of operation. To be clear, I raise my concerns as they relate to the position. I have no animus toward Ms. DeMarco, and in fact recognize that she is capable and smart and may well succeed in learning on the job. However, I find the mayor's intention disingenuous to rely on this loophole as a matter of course. The public elected these council members to advise and consent. The mayor has said at these meetings, and I applaud him, that the council is not a rubber stamp. So why is he circumventing them? The many months of interim BA, whereby Greg Fehrenbach has filled in temporarily, has illuminated the challenges in managing our borough's affairs. A seasoned business administrator who has served many municipalities, he clearly tried to make sense of the finances and workings of our borough. That he articulated that Bradley Beach was one of the most difficult boroughs in which to serve, we understood the importance of this role and the need to hire someone with experience and firsthand knowledge of all borough affairs. Unfortunately, Mr. Fox's choice does not check those boxes. That there was a highly qualified candidate for the role of BA, for which there was consent by council majority, and went unheeded and dismissed. He makes me wonder at the intention and motivation on the part of the mayor. Mr. Fox's dismissal of this protocol in his obvious disregard for the perspective of his council is not in the interest of the borough, and even further, is a continued source of enmity and divisiveness that impacts operations and frankly, community discourse. Perhaps this is the very reason that Bradley seems to be such a difficult place in which to work. I understand and appreciate Mr. Fehrenbach's offer to voluntarily sit beside Ms. DeMarco, assist her transition and teach her the skills that she lacks. However, a volunteer such as he is now should no longer be privy to the confidentiality of borough matters going forward. I'm in support of repealing the mayor's temporary appointment power to avoid the slippery practice we are seeing him take in bypassing the legitimate will of the majority of council. It is disingenuous and not in the best interest of Bradley Beach. The rancor that has developed between the mayor and council is a consequence of the mayor's lack of transparency over and again, and the cause of distrust between colleagues. We have seen letters to the editor and social media commentary about this very issue, both supportive and accusatory. Clearly, residents have become divided and disgusted. As a longtime resident of a small town that is supposedly inclusive and welcoming, our banter has hit a low bar. Though Bradley's government is nonpartisan politically, it has become enormously confrontational, and this is really unfortunate. Personally, I believe that there can be different points of view in healthy discourse. Smart people can agree to disagree. Respect can be met with respect in spite of perspective. Engagement in town administration is a good thing. So I say to those of you who may not agree with my words here, please know that I am invested in our town as you may be. Though we may not see eye to eye on this issue, I hope my opinion is regarded as an interest and investment in the success of Bradley Beach. I think we can do better than this.
Thank you. Yes.
Rhoda Parker, 27 Atlantic Avenue. It is amazing and frankly embarrassing to witness the circuitous ways in which this council is targeting the position of the acting borough administrator as part of its ongoing campaign to diminish the mayor's legal powers. Tonight, this council seeks to illegally block the mayor's right to make temporary appointments. This is irresponsible and it would leave the borough vulnerable in an emergency situation. And let's call it what it is. It is also, to me, a shameful action to callously fire a person who has been duly appointed to a municipal position and then to use her as a part of their fight with the mayor. It's important to recognize that and emphasize that the professional recruiter of municipal executives recommended Meredith DeMarco as the best candidate for the position, a decision acted upon by the mayor in his court-affirmed and upheld role as mayor under the Faulkner Act. That is a fact. That said, when will this council stop public intimidation and allow the acting borough administrator to do her job? When she does her job and this trend of revolving door administrators is stopped, the whole borough will benefit. When will this council focus on the legislative functions that are within its sphere under this borough's established form of government and stop illegally trying to limit and erase the executive powers of the mayor? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mary, Baxter, 218 Fourth Avenue. I would like to just say in response that I don't see the council as an equal panel of people who are trying to.
Hold on.
Something's going.
Hold that thought.
Yeah, bad sound here in a second, just 1 second. This is.
Yeah.
It's bad.
I could hear it going before. I feel like too much feedback.
It turns into an explosion.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah, I need, okay.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. You're welcome. I would just say, I don't think that the council is overstepping its boundaries. And I do think that the mayor did use a loophole to appoint our VA, who by the way is a very nice person. I have no issues with you. But to say that the council is intimidating people when some of the mayor's supporters are sitting directly behind me and calling one of the council members an asshole while his wife is sitting next to me. If that's not intimidation, I don't know what is. So I think all of us, myself included, we need to get to a better discourse. But I'm tired of this myth that the council is somehow trying to get at this, you know, our mayor. It just is simply not true. I will be the first to say, I think the social media discourse, and I'm guilty of it, as many people, has probably gone a little too far. I'm gonna step back from that, and I encourage other people to do it too. But I do not accept the narrative that was just spoken prior to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, it should be a public hearing and adoption for each ordinance. You're muddling the whole agenda together. There should be a public hearing and adoption for the 3 ordinances individually. So we're gonna spend a lot of time here where it should be public hearing for the agenda and then individual public hearings for each ordinance. Mr. Kennedy, with me here?
No, we're still in public comments, right?
But it's public, everyone's commenting on the ordinances. That's a separate public hearing.
Well, those hearings are gonna happen one way or another.
But now you're taking double the time you would have if you just stick to public comments on the agenda items and then do the ordinances separately. We're gonna be here till 12 o'clock. So I appreciate you allowing me to make this point of order.
Thank the mayor, he let you know.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments on menu? Jeez, sorry. Yeah, I'll have the hamburger and yes, okay, if there aren't any.
No, I have some.
There are Zoom comments.
I'd like to thank you, Mayor, for appointing someone to the Shade Tree Commission. They really need some help, and it's very competitive to get on that commission. But it's nice that we have somebody on there. I just had a question about 2023-285, the resolution. What is going to become of this $314,826?
It's gonna reduce our debt by that amount. About half of it is actually funded. The other half is not. The part that's funded is gonna go to a capital improvement fund, potentially for use.
So approximately 160,000.
It's about,
going
it's
back
it's
to the
about
bank,
50-50.
And then the other 100,
It wasn't funded, the half of it wasn't funded to start with.
Okay, great. And I want to thank you for getting the resolution on here for the fire company for their sign. I sat through that hearing and they did a very nice presentation. This seems like a long time ago. And it's nice that it's finally getting approved.
Yep.
And I do disagree with some of the comments made by Chairman Mayor and Mr. Shuck. I'm a little puzzled why information is so difficult when, Mayor, you appoint the land use board. You're on the land use board. Mr. Marco was on the land use board as the council liaison until October 1st. So I don't see why this information wasn't transferred a lot easier and a lot sooner. When we had the mayor on the board and the council liaison in it. But thank you. I'll have more comments on that later.
Thank you. Somebody was on the board, I think?
Yes. Hi, Zoom. Can you take Zoom comments?
Go ahead.
Hi, it's Kelly Riley, 304 Second Avenue. So I have a couple of comments to set the facts straight. First, about the land use board meeting, I think some of the facts got diluted. So we were told on October 19th that there was going to be the overhaul of the resolution. However, we were not given, as Bill was told, we were not given the red line until a day or two later after it was magically appeared. For the record, the document that we looked at is 137 pages and it was hit 202 updates were made with 16 additional sidebar comments. There were 18 different dates starting from June 6th, 2022 to September 6th, 2023, where comments and changes were made. In those 16 or 15 months, the Land Use Board was not notified or even given the opportunity to look at sections at a time. As we went through it, we did ask the mayor if he was privy to any of these changes. What was the context? What was the texture? And nobody had an answer. And I think that was the reason that we were asking for that, to understand where the changes generated from, why there were so many, and the whole story behind that. To talk about the documents that we received. So as we said, on the 19th of October, when we were advised of these changes, we were provided a black and white document that had no indication of changes. When you looked at that against our master plan document that we all work and live by, it did not even match what we were working off of. On the 20th, when we got the red line version and we looked at it, the three documents did not match each other, which made for an entertaining meeting to go through and discuss all of the points. TJ, you were there, you heard all of this verbatim. So I don't want any of this back and forth that this one didn't do this and this one didn't do that. We have called this out. It is deplorable that we were put in a position to sit there for 3 hours to go through documents just to clarify what we needed to look at and who was looking at what. Questions of why didn't we get the red line when we needed it? Why are the two documents not being consistent? What was trying to be hidden in all of that? And what were the changes and the context? So I just want everyone to understand lack of transparency there.
Thank you. Okay, I guess there's no one else, so we're gonna move to the next agenda item, which is, we actually have, no ordinance introductions tonight. We have 3, potential adoptions. The first is, 2023-12, which is an ordinance replacing chapter 450. The borough's revised general ordinance to the updated borough zoning regulations. So we'll start with council comments on that. Are there any council comments on 2023-12?
I definitely have a comment.
Okay.
A lot of comments. So this, we're hearing a narrative that this was somehow unfair to the land use board, or they didn't have enough time. Every single person up here has been on the planning board. Ms. Mahoney sits on the land use board now. Ben Matlack is here tonight with us, and I'm gonna say there were 2 occasions where you came here, and you stood at that microphone, and you went through the changes that we were considering item by item, ad infinitum, asked us, it took a long time, it was a very long meeting, and basically told the council as to where, you know, and we debated not every single item, but many of those items. Was it just 2 meetings? Because it was, I remember 2 very long meetings, Ben, or was it more than that?
I think it was 2 meetings, and then I think there was a third one that was probably only 15 or 20 minutes.
It was quick.
To wrap it up.
Okay, so there are 3 different times where you came in here and we discussed this. And I cannot speak to why this information with 2 representatives from the council, you know, the mayor and also Mr. Marco at the time, who were actually on the land use board. I have no idea why this information doesn't get back to them that we're working on this. Furthermore, this is a continuum. Ben didn't just start this process. I believe it's fair to say this is a continuum of something that started literally years before that, correct? Okay. And we have made some changes to 450 along the way in the exact same manner. So, you know, we got the land use board changes. Unfortunately, they didn't get back to us until 2 weeks after, I think 2 weeks after your meeting or your resolution. The written document, thank goodness the attorney, Mr. Cannon, sent it to us because nobody else provided that to the governing body. So we finally got what the land use board didn't agree with. I want to emphasize that our professional planner found that the changes we're making are consistent with the town's master plan. And that holds a lot of weight to me. So just want to start with those comments.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sure.
Yeah, I've got, I'm gonna echo what Councilman Weber just said. This council has done nothing different than we've done at any time in the past, we are responsible for legislation, changes in legislation. We bring in professionals. Mr. Matlack has been working with us. Ben, you've been working with representatives from the land use board, if I understand correctly. You've worked with code officials, you've worked with building and zoning. I mean, you've worked with for over a year at least, correct? He's, for the record, he's shaking his head yes.
Yes, we had a couple of meetings with a group of land use board members. The mayor was involved, some members of the public, local developers, and business owners, and then the zoning officer. Over the course of however long it's been, one of the things that was mentioned was how there were several different iterations, basically, of the ordinance. A lot of that is because as your zoning officer, who came into town about the same time I did, about 2 years ago, got more familiar with the ordinance, was, getting more into it, using it more, kept finding inconsistencies or things that needed to be updated or revised. So over the course of, like you said, here, there were several different iterations, different times where things needed to be looked at or changed or added. And that's how we got to where we are today.
And please, if you wouldn't mind, remain standing, because I think once we've all made comments, I would like to ask you to help us as a council go through one by one the 12 recommendations that the land use board did make. But we've had folks in Zoom and folks here in the room say they're surprised and they're disappointed in somehow in the council. For the record, the council, everyone, for the record, the council makes law. That's what we do. We're legislators. Any changes in any ordinances come from the council. We work with the engineer, we work with planners, but we certainly work with, or at least we don't work directly with, but we collaborate with the land use board in this case. We introduced an ordinance. 2 weeks go by, we introduced it, so it was documented. Why red lines weren't delivered, I can't answer that. But 2 weeks go by before we even have another council meeting, and we can't act at that next council meeting until the land use board has given us their feedback. So there's at least 2 weeks that went to the next council meeting, and we didn't have feedback from the land use board. We did get a resolution on November 14th. Well, it was dated November 14th. We received it on November 28th. So I guess the same lack of communication that went through to the land use board, somewhere there was a stoppage in communication back to the council.
Let me clarify that point, because I came across that the last 2 days. I wasn't copied on that, and neither was Kristen on the document that went from the 14th to the 28th. And I think it was kind of a transition issue because, oh, I'm sorry. Had we recognized that on the 14th it came through, we would have dealt with it. We didn't, because we just didn't know. I only found out in the last few days that document, and Kristen and I talked yesterday or today, I can't remember that.
Both days?
Both days, trying to get some clarity. Part of the issue was we did have a lapse in the liaison from Meredith being in that role and up through September, and then Kristen starting in October, which was probably the worst possible time for that to happen, given that the changes that were trying to be made. So I don't think there was any intent involved in, you didn't give us this or we didn't give it that. It was a situation where there was a couple fumbles. I think I used the term, there were a couple fumbles here that hopefully we can get a recovery. After that meeting, I want to say that 2 or 3 hour land use meeting that I think Ms. Riley talked about. I asked Ben, and Donna to kind of put together kind of a summarization, and the summarization saying, because there were 3 hands in the pie, if you will. There was this small group of people, a half dozen people that met, and that was really just to focus on consistency. And they did that. And then Donna Barr, our zoning person, I asked her before, I said, before we go proceed, are there any other things that you're concerned with? She had a couple concerns and she met with Greg and I. And there were, you know, a couple of those changes, which were not super material. They were more around consistency. And then what changes did the council make when we met over the last X amount of weeks? So we provided that summary to try to make this easier on folks. It probably would have been better to have this right up front to say, here's the big picture. Now let's drill down. And that unfortunately, there were just a couple of, I'll call them snafus, you know,
Well,
unfortunately.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for at least identifying that, you know, snafus happen. And just to clarify, I want to make sure that the public understands this is in no way the fault of the council. Although we continue to stand here and be reprimanded. The other important point I'd like to make is the way this process works is the council makes the law. The land use board tells us is the law we're promoting, recommending, consistent with the master plan. Very important role. They have professionals. They have a professional planner. They have access to their own engineers. They certainly have access to Mr. Matlack, the council engineer. And their land use planner, Christine Bell, actually wrote an opinion for the land use board that said our ordinance changes are consistent with the master plan. We're going to talk about the recommendations point by point, and I actually I personally agree with a couple. I'd like to hear the rest of the council's opinion, but the majority of the changes that we're being told they don't believe, the land use board does not believe are consistent with master plan. Our professionals believe they are consistent. After I read the resolution from the land use board, I actually reached out to Mr. Malik and I said, what am I missing? And I'm going to ask you to point by point to just provide the public with your opinions. But as a general statement, I'm just going to say, for the most part, well, completely, there's not one particular item that you suggested to me was inconsistent with the master plan. There may be errors, there may be issues that were brought to our attention that we do want to address. But ladies and gentlemen, please understand, it's our job to make the law, and it's our job as best as we can to do things that are helping the borough. And by definition, helping the borough means consistent with the master plan. So it's frustrating to be here trying to do things that are best in the interest of the borough and have a unanimous land use board say, we're not listening to our professionals. We believe we for these reasons don't like these changes, and we're saying it's inconsistent with the master plan. So I really want everyone on a handful of these issues where we're being told our legislation is not consistent with the master plan. I really want to hear, I want this audience to hear Mr. Matlack's opinions as to whether or not certain changes are or not consistent with the master plan. There is one particular citation in the resolution. Well, first of all, okay, there's two, and I'm gonna let the rest of the council speak. There's two citations in the land use board's resolution. And a resolution, as everyone knows by now, says, whereas this, whereas that, whereas this. There's 7 or 8 of these whereas in the resolution. 2 of them identify that their professional, one opined in writing that our changes are consistent with the master plan. And then at the actual land use board meeting, she provided oral testimony that our changes are consistent with the master plan. So there's legitimate questions that I have. You know, the land use board is asking council questions. There are legitimate questions I have about the land use board's intentions when we have a unanimous vote saying we're inconsistent with the master plan, and yet every professional I can find does not agree with them. There is a reference to goal F. A goal F in the master plan. It's fairly simple, but it basically references that we have to protect the scale and privacy of residential streets and the family fabric of neighborhoods. And I think what we're trying to do is reduce, restrict overdevelopment. Squeezing accessory dwellings into relatively small lots is creating density challenges. It's creating it can create privacy challenges. It can create parking challenges. I don't understand how trying to restrict some of that overdevelopment is in any way inconsistent with the master plan. So these are my comments. I want to get them out in the open, but I do want to respect the land use board's recommendations. There were 12 of them. I'm personally sitting here planning to argue in behalf of 2 of those 12 to say I think these are legitimate changes. But let me also say that in those recommendations, some of the recommendations, and I understand you had red line challenges, but and therefore you might not have understood what was changed and what was not. But some of the changes that the land use board is recommending are to areas of the ordinances that we did not change. So basically, I appreciate it, but basically what you were saying in those instances is, hey, you guys missed something, you know, we'd like you to change it. And I'm actually very willing to do that. But that was not your charge. The charge was, tell us what's inconsistent that we are recommending is inconsistent with the master plan. And thank you for finding some other things, but again, big, bold, capital letters, inconsistent with the master plan. Honestly, I don't understand it. And as Councilman Weber said, I sat on the planning board for 6 or 7 years, not as long as Mr. Shuck, not as long as others. But I mean, I have a pretty good sense of what is and is not consistent with the master plan. And it's offensive when we, the council, are attacked for basically doing our job. Anyone else care to make comments?
Thank you.
Too much, I understand.
Wait.
I have comments about the consistency with the master plan, but I mean, I think Ben should go through his, changes maybe first before I.
Mr. Malik, I mean, we don't want to spend all night on this, but there are 12 recommendations. Could you touch on each one? Is that okay with you, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I can go through, so I have a copy of the land use board resolution. I have the 12 recommendations. I'll just go through each one. The first one is the minimum lot size for those lots seeking garage apartments should not be increased from 5,000 square feet to 7,500 square feet. There should be prohibition of garage apartments on corner lots. So you touched on it, and I think you hit it right on the head. This change going from 5,000 to 7,500 promotes appropriate densities, and that is a goal of the municipal land use law. It's the goal of the master plan, and that's the reason for that change. Prohibition of garage apartments on corner lots, that is something that we discussed at the council level, that currently they are prohibited, and we were making a change to allow them. Because, and I think the part of the reason because of that is because the definitions of corner lots and the rear yard and front yard and side yard were very difficult to understand, a little convoluted. We cleaned those definitions up to make it clear what each yard represents. And I think that allowing garage apartments on corner lots in the rear yard keeps it away from both frontages, and it can be done to allow that. You want to go have a discussion after each one, or should I just go through all?
I think just go through it.
So the second one is the proposed definition of bedrooms should be consistent with the current building code definition. This was not a change that we made to the ordinance. I think that in general, land use definitions do not have to be the same as building code definitions. I'll tell you, for example, I know bedrooms, the International Residential Code, a bedroom does not have to have a closet. So any den could be considered a bedroom. But your ordinance says that bedrooms do have to have a closet. So that can lead to additional things. The more bedrooms that you have, you may need additional parking spaces on site and things like that. So it's not uncommon for land use definitions would be different than building code definitions. Something you have to also consider is land use definitions for an individual municipality are for that individual municipality and all the specific needs and intricacies of your town. Building code is just a building. Doesn't matter where it is in the state, a building is a building, and those definitions reflect all of them. Very similar for the next one, definitions regarding transient housing, bed and breakfast, apartments, etc., should be consistent with the state of New Jersey building code, or refer to that code. I don't think there were. I think there was one change to garden apartments. I'm sorry, bed and breakfast, because we removed one definition and just replaced it with another. But again, same thing. I don't think they necessarily have to match the building code. Section 459G1, strike transformer boxes. This is in relation to a new section of the ordinance regarding ground mounted equipment. This section of the ordinance was created because there's nothing that governs generators. The zoning officer was getting a lot of applications for generators, and there was no section of the ordinance that had anything to do with it. A whole big section was written, and the recommendation was to strike transformer boxes from things that were not allowed to be in the front yard of non-residential buildings. That I don't really see why you would want a transformer box in the front yard of a non-residential building. I think you could delete that text, but if I recall correctly, the language said something like ground mounted equipment such as generators, transformer boxes, other utility equipment, mechanical equipment, HVAC. So it's not a specific transformer box, it's just a such as this type of ground mounted equipment. Section 450.18B, replace developer with property owner. I believe that refers to the site triangle ordinance. I don't have a problem with that change at all. I think it was a section that I took from another ordinance, and it said developer, but I don't have an issue with changing its property owner. Section 450.23D should be deleted. Just double check which one that is. So I think this refers to no kitchen sleeping facilities in a basement. That 450.23D was like, essentially, it's not a change to your current ordinance. Currently, kitchen facilities and sleeping facilities are prohibited in a basement. It was hard to read, just the way it was written. So we tried to simplify it by separating out kitchen facilities, and then section D was sleeping facilities prohibited in the basement. So it's not a significant change to the ordinance, it was just a clarification. So deleting that would allow sleeping facilities in a basement.
I'm sorry, on that particular one.
Sure.
I asked you specifically about that, I know, because you pointed out to me that it was not a change. But you also said your concern that you as a professional would have is the possible use of leasing or renting a building like an Airbnb that could then, pour extra people into a basement.
Correct.
So, because I thought that was at least a reasonable question posed back to us by the land use board, but at least that was part of the explanation that you provided me.
Yeah, I think that's something to be considered when you make a change like that. So if you're going to allow leasing out a basement, well, I forget I said that. If you allow sleeping facility in the basement, there is the potential for an Airbnb use, in that basement. Section 450.26 B1A, maintain 5,000 square feet.
Moving 5,000 to 7,500.
Yes, so same as the first one. We already touched on that, so I'm not gonna repeat it. The next one is 450.26 D1E, keep 5% and 10%, not 10% and 20%. So this refers to side yard width for undersized lots. Currently, the ordinance, actually, and I think that this recommendation should say keep 5 feet and 10 feet, and instead of 5%, 10%, because that's currently what the ordinance says. If you have a lot that's less than 40 feet wide, say your lot is 35 feet wide, your side yard setbacks 5 feet and 10 feet, that takes up almost half of the lot width. So allowing 10% and 20%, a kind of a scaled setback based on the size of your lot, that doesn't burden undersized lots with having these tight houses. Now, we still have in there a requirement that a minimum lot side yard setback is 4 feet. So you can never have a setback that's smaller than 4 feet. Even if you had a 25-foot lot width, 10% of that is only 2.5 feet, but you would still need a minimum 4-foot setback.
So on this, just again for clarity, current setback, side setbacks, 5 feet and 10 feet, 5 on one side of a lot, 10 on the other.
Yes.
This would allow to go to the percentages, which a maximum would allow instead of 5, 4,
Mhm.
and instead of 10, 8
It would be 10 and then 20% of your lot.
of a 4,000 square.
Of a lot width that's less than 40%. So it's not necessarily 4 on the second side, it's 20%. So if you had that 25-foot lot width, you could have 4 and 5.
Okay, thank you.
Next one is 27 feet is, section 450.26 E2. 27 feet is inconsistent with the master plan. Maintain 30-foot height. So this is for, again, for undersized lots. The change was made. Yep. So this is again for undersized lots, changing the maximum height of the building on an undersized lot from 2.5 stories and 35 feet to 2 stories and 27 feet. This was a recommendation from the 2018 master plan, and it was consistent with the master plan, especially because there was a recommendation which was not put into effect, but still a recommendation of the master plan that a graduated housing plan be implemented. We're not doing that necessarily, but the graduated housing plan was saying that lots less than 2,500 square feet or 25 feet in width should have a smaller height. 25 to 4,900 should have a bigger height, and then 5,000 square feet or more should have a maximum height of 35 feet. So what we're saying is a 4,000 square foot lot or a 40-foot frontage is allowed to have a 27-foot maximum height and 2 stories. The next one is 450.36 G. Any dwellings definitions should be consistent with New Jersey State Building Code or refer to New Jersey State Building Code. Again, this is not anything that was a change to the ordinance that was made. This is just a recommendation from the land use board. Same with the next one, section 450.36 K, remove reference to fire official. not the correct official. I believe that has to do with, inspections of, apartments or multifamily buildings. Bed and breakfast, yes, thank you. That, again, was not part of the changes, recommendation from the land use board. I don't have a problem with it. I don't know who the correct official is, who should be performing inspections, I guess code enforcement, but, we can certainly do that. Section 450-37-1A7, the height at 30 feet. The height, so this is for garden apartments and townhouses. Maximum height changed to 27 feet. Again, this was a recommendation from 2014 master plan revamp. That was the reason we made that change, based on that recommendation. And that is all 12 houses.
I had another reference, that you didn't mention it, but, the 2014 master plan and the 2018 master plan reexamination specifically referenced a recommendation to move from 2.5 stories to 2.0 stories for undersized lots. 14B was the recommendation, was the number, I guess, of the recommendation. So thank you for taking us there. I do have a couple of follow-up questions but I don't want to do all the talking. So do other folks on the council have questions? Follow? Oh.
I don't have any questions.
The two that are no brainers to me, change developer to property owner was number 5. I'm okay with that. We'll ask the rest of the council in a minute. The number 11, change the fire official to, code enforcement or code. Again, no brainer. As you mentioned, that's not even an issue that we changed. We did not make that edit. That's that fire official. But I think it's a good catch and I appreciate it. The question I had was in item number 4, we were asked to strike transformer boxes, and my own reaction was similar to what you described, which is not sure why we would want to strike transformer boxes when the statement is to not allow them in front yards on Main Street. So my question, Bill, for you is, can you tell us why that is a recommendation?
Sure.
Please.
It's a question that is always mentioned to the mayor and council as to why do we have all these hanging wires? Back in, what was it, late 80s, 90s, I forget exactly when that storm came, where it wiped out Main Street. And we had to rebuild Main Street and everything. At that time, I was only a renter, I wasn't a permanent resident, but I talked to the mayor at that time. I said, this is a perfect opportunity to get rid of all these telephone poles. You get rid of 4 or 5 telephone poles, you put a transformer base, you could feed all these buildings, all these businesses and stuff like that. We did that on Ocean Avenue. Do you see any telephone poles on Ocean Avenue? No, you don't need them because they're being fed a different way. And this is why those transformers on every street, the master plan calls for all utilities to be placed underground. And this is one way. You get rid of a couple of poles. You have a couple of homes that put their utilities underground. Before you know it, you don't need that pole no more. Put a transformer base, that's what they need. You see new developments with green boxes. That's all. You don't see telephone poles. You don't see wires that everybody complains. Oh, look at all these ugly wires hanging all over the place. And they're calling the police constantly for hanging wires. This is why keep that transformer base. Eventually, if what we do is we constantly push for homes to be using their utilities, put them on the ground. Eventually you'll get rid of those telephone poles. It's not going to be in my lifetime, maybe in my grandkids' lifetime or their grandkids, but eventually this town will not have one telephone pole up in the air. I mean, when you hear power failures, why? Oh, a tree branch hit the power lines. You're not gonna hear that about transformer base.
Well, and I'm with you. I'd love to get power lines underground. I also know it, at least at the current time, it's a pretty expensive proposition, but was any conversation, debate given to, you know, we're all concerned about the streetscape on Main Street. Is any concern about ground mounted, structures, transformers in the front of buildings? I mean, as opposed to maybe in the side of buildings or back?
That would be underground. That would be junction boxes. And you have those currently on Main Street right now.
Because this whole section of the code is focused on, ground mounted equipment. But this, what you're saying, what you're describing wouldn't even be ground mounted. You just want us to strike the wording transformer boxes.
Right,
but-
allow them. Eventually, you're gonna need them.
Is that on private property, Bill, or is that in the right of way?
That's in the boroughs right away.
In the boroughs right of way,
That's where the telephone pole is.
right?
But what's your vision, Bill? Like, what would be there if we strike this and say they're allowed in the front yard of a Main Street building? What would be in the front
Well,
that we would be
on
allowed?
Main Street, they would be all underground in junction boxes and the, what you call, like I was trying to get the, who was it, the Darcy's at that time. When they were redoing theirs, I had an opportunity to redo their electric and it was no difference putting it underground or running it overhead, and they had to run pipe all along the building and everything. And their, what you call it, their distribution panel was in the basement. So what is it to go from the basement to the pole and go up the pole? You get another building to do that, and eventually you don't need that pole anymore because it's underground already. And that was my original conversation with the mayor after the storm when they were rebuilding Main Street. And there were a few people that said it would cost too much, you know, and then there were people that had said, well, look what it's gonna do to the beautification of Main Street in Bradley Beach, which is the main goal. The beautification. Oh, and just to mention one thing, F is actually, the major plan calls for, continuing development as well as maintaining the character of the town. That's what F actually is.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Malik, just on that last point, you mentioned to me that striking that wouldn't necessarily enable someone to put a box there because the broader topic is ground mounted equipment. Could you, tell us about that?
Yeah, so, ground mounted equipment is not necessarily a junction box that's below the surface. It would be something that's, you know, a cabinet, or you might see, in a front yard. Now, on Main Street, everything would be in the right of way, so it really wouldn't even necessarily apply to that, because Main Street, your front yard setback is 0. So you're not gonna have anything in your front yard on Main Street. But anything in the right of way doesn't count towards, you know, your land use. It's not part of an application to the board. It's not regulated by the zoning.
Would, following the land use board's recommendation, would striking, what was the terminology? I just took my glasses off. The transformer, would that cause you any angst, or is it somewhat of a moot point from your standpoint?
I don't think there would be an issue with it. I guess it would probably only affect a few properties on the maybe was it the 700 block on the west side of Main Street that don't front on Main Street and may have some front yard setbacks. But no, I don't really have an issue with it. After Mr. Chuck's explanation, I think that's reasonable.
mean, to the extent it might possibly encourage people to put junction boxes underground. I think it would avoid the confusion that a lot of people would have about ground mounted versus underground mounted. I think I was being literal saying ground mounted, get rid of, don't want boxes blocking the right of way. But my understanding also is of the ordinance that the current language says ground mounted equipment is not allowed. Examples are blah, 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 junction box, what do you call it? Transformers. So we could strike transformers, and yet still, if somebody tried to put a transformer box above ground, it still would not be allowed. It's my,
In the front yard, yes.
in the front yard.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go on record as saying, I personally I would approve recommendations 4, 5, and 11, but I'd like to hear from others as well.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I would, I appreciate some of the changes that were made. 4, 5, and 11 are good. Are we gonna talk about we're just going through the one by ones now? Are we gonna go talk for the overall or?
Yeah, well, I want to ask Mr. Cannon a question,
Okay.
and I'm hoping I know the answer, but it's Greg. The question is, if we want to make these 3, I think they're relatively minor edits, strike, the transformer boxes, change the word developer to the word property owner, and change the words fire official to code officer. I feel like those are all de minimis. Could we still adopt this evening, or do we have to go back to the drawing board?
I mean, changing enforcement authorities, I mean, the safest bet is to reintroduce and send it back to the land use board. I know that doesn't help our expedience for the end of the year, but.
It doesn't help, I'm sorry.
Doesn't help expedience as we near the end of the year, but that would be the safest thing to do.
Okay, Kristen, before we,
If it was just developer property owner, I might make a different call, but there's other 2, one's changing an enforcement official. I think the safest thing is to send it back to the land use board.
well, by the way, though, that's not a change we actually advocated for. That was a good edit. I mean, but it's in the ordinance today.
We took it as it was.
I'm sorry?
We took it as it was, if you remember, that it was a change.
Yeah, we can also adopt and make these changes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and just also, Mr. Cannon, for the record, we could, if we wanted, we could adopt the ordinance tonight and follow up with any change that you would suggest to us is not de minimis and make it a separate change.
You can change the ordinances anytime you like.
Right? No, I mean, we've done this recently with,
Yeah, we did it with the short-term rentals just recently.
Right.
so, okay, Kristen, please be my guest.
Okay, I mean, I like the idea of, I think they're good suggestions. I like the idea of, moving ahead with the, of our, decision. Before I vote, I wanted to say that, I'm new to the land use board, but I've, had a quick baptism here. And from what I've learned and done my research on, I believe that, the council changes, to the ordinance are in keeping with the master plan. The land use board cited the changes made by the council were inconsistent with the overall goal F in Bradley Beach's master plan. However, by increasing the square footage of property needed to accommodate a garage apartment and by lowering the roof height to set 27 feet on smaller lots, the council is encouraging the use of lots as single-family homes and protecting the privacy of homes around them. By not encroaching on the air, trees, privacy, and sight lines of the surrounding homes. New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law 4044D-2E promotes the establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, communities, and regions, and preservation of the environment. Allowing garage apartments on corner lots of at least 7,500 square feet is not inconsistent with this. These changes allow for the infill of housing stock where smaller, more affordable homes are knocked down and can be replaced in kind. Some may say no one is going to pay $750,000 for a lot on which they can only build a 2-story, 2-bedroom, 2-bath house. But once sellers and developers realize that that's all they can and will be allowed to build, the prices will come in line, making Bradley Beach more affordable and offering a variety of housing options. This too is in line with the master plan and New Jersey municipal land use law. As MLUL states, we are to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses and open space, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. And finally, these changes were consistent with the master plan by our own professionals. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, want to hear from the public?
You want to make a motion to open the.
Yeah, make a motion to open the public.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yeah.
Mayor Pat?
Yes. Any public comments? Yes.
Rosemary Venter, 405 Beach Avenue. This is the point where we make a general comment. It's not necessarily on the ordinance. right?
No, this ordinance,
It's just this one, yeah?
this ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you for your confidence. Yes.
William Shipman, 10 Fifth Avenue. Like I said, we have, roughly 65% of the town that is non-conforming. Some of the ordinances that you're gonna be adopting and changing, it's gonna affect a lot of homes. All the homes facing east-west, or I should say majority of the homes facing east-west, as well as the north end of town. Not gonna be able to do anything. Because they're non-conforming. I don't know about anyone over here who's bought a home. If your lawyer warned you. But I had a few friends that buying in Bradley Beach, and the lawyer's first words out of his mouth, you realize you're buying a non-conforming house. You're gonna have to jump through hoops to get anything done on it. And it's, like I said before, is this what we're looking to do? Have our residents jump through hoops? You know, I mean, I'm gonna say thank you because we're gonna be busy with the land use board now with this ordinance. You're gonna keep us busy.
but what's your, help us understand, I've been
Well,
through every
this
one
way,
of your
if you're gonna-
recommendations.
If you're gonna allow garage apartments on 7,500 square feet and not on 5,000, why even have them? You're only looking at what? 20%?
We're not trying to be punitive,
Get
we're
rid of
trying to
them.
control
Get rid of
density.
them completely. Don't even have garage apartments then.
What is your,
Because you're segregating the town.
what is your east-west, reference, east-west facing homes?
They're small.
Homes that are facing east and west.
They're small.
But we're trying, generally
They're all
speaking,
small lots. They're all
we're
undersized
trying to
lots.
create, we're trying to create,
Well,
less restrictions for small lots. Can you give me which of your recommendations are you
we're
referring to?
keeping the 5%, 10%.
We're helping small lots.
No,
with that.
you're not. You're not. That's not
Explain
helping
that to me, please.
It's not helping you.
Please explain that, because you're stating this to the
Because
public.
you're
Explain that to
making the
us.
house smaller, you're having a larger side yard setback.
We have a smaller side yard setback.
You know.
You don't understand the math, sir.
You're not gonna have that.
Just explain it to us, please. How?
I'm telling you. You're
Phil,
hurting-
okay, Phil.
You're hurting the town. You're reducing that.
You're saying something that is
27
not.
feet.
Yeah,
No,
let's-
allowed.
public comments, it's not a debate.
We
I
need
know,
to
but-
understand what he's saying.
No,
If we're hurting the town, I don't want to vote for it, but I don't think we're hurting the
Think of what you're doing. Read your ordinance. In
I read
fact,
it. I read it.
all the residents, please read the 450 ordinance. Read it, look at your home, read it, and
I'm asking you one question. The
Then
450 ordinance, by your own testimony, is 80 pages.
I'm just.
What is the one recommendation? You said it was 5 foot, 10 foot,
Keep
which by the way, the
30%. Keep the 30 feet. Why, we don't allow 2.5
That's very
stories
different.
anyway.
what is the
Yeah.
east-west side?
They're all
analysis you were trying to
undersized
make?
lots.
Agreed,
They're
and
all
we're giving
undersized
those
lots.
undersized lots,
Same thing with the north end of
we're
town.
giving us undersized lots relief.
Yeah. No,
So
you're
what-
not. You're not getting a.
Okay, Mr. Matlack, can you please address this? I just, if I'm misunderstanding, I want to know.
I'm, was just pulling out my laptop just to verify that the ordinance on the website is the way I believe it is, which the way I have it printed out, it says that side yard setbacks are 5 feet and 10 feet.
Correct.
And then the change was for undersized lots to allow a smaller setback. So I'm
Which is relief.
Which
Yeah.
they have that already, and you would, yeah. No. There's a percentage that we do. There's a percentage for side yard setbacks on undersized lots.
Only for our
I
expert.
believe it's 2.5%.
It's in the zoning schedule, it's an asterisk. It's not in the regular.
Oh, yes.
It's a little asterisk at the bottom of the zoning schedule.
And that was removed.
So the zoning schedule says 5% and 10% instead of 10% and 20%. Okay.
So then it would adversely impact smaller lots.
Yes.
Please confirm. No, Bill, if you're right, you're right. And
You
we,
remember, we had an asterisk that was there that said that any home built prior to, well, I forget the year, was a conforming lot. And we removed that asterisk.
Yeah. Good reason.
again, if you're right, you're right. That's why I'm pressing to make sure I understand this point.
So the zoning schedule says in an asterisk, minimum side yards for lots not meeting the minimum lot width requirement that exists shall be 10% and 20% of the lot width. The ordinance section does not say that. So I believe that's why we added that in.
So, Mr. Malik, what,
So what I'm saying is the 5% and 10% does not exist in the current ordinance. It's 5 feet and 10 feet, and then there's a discrepancy because the zoning table says, has a footnote at the bottom that says 10 and 20%. So the change was just to make the two consistent. We also added the minimum lot width, the minimum side yard setback of 4 feet, which allows for buildings to not be too close together.
so the change that you've provided to us is making the definition consistent with the table?
Correct.
It's not adversely impacting small lots?
Correct. It's, the only change is allowing to, requiring a minimum of 4 foot side setback for undersized lots, which would keep lots for houses from being too close together. If you had a 10%, 20%, you know, on a 3,000 square foot lot, the houses could be 6 feet apart by code. So we're keeping them at least 4 foot setback, at least 8 feet apart.
So it really comes down to, Bill, to your point, if you got small lots, small homes. Right now, under that table, they could get how close? 3 feet setback, 2 feet setback?
It depends on the size of the lot.
Size of the lot.
Right, but I mean, what do you see at land use board?
We've seen it as 4 feet. You know, on one side, 3 feet on another. It varies. It varies. It varies.
I'm
I
beginning.
thought you said the minimum is 4 feet.
That's the proposed change.
The proposed change is to make it 4 feet.
Yes. 10 and 20%, but keeping a minimum of 4 feet.
Doesn't that prevent houses from being too close together?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Which is good.
That's the main purpose, I think you've made
Well,
this
no,
recommendation.
there's a ruling on, what you call it, fire because you're not allowed to have, windows if you're within a certain footage of another home. There's a lot of issues.
Yeah, there are fire codes that prevent certain things when buildings are a certain distance apart. I don't know the exact.
I believe it's
right.
3 feet.
Yeah. But this is, the change is, like I said, minimum 4 feet apart, but keeping that 10 and 20%.
Okay.
We hear from the rest of the public.
Yes.
Anybody else have a comment? Yes.
Rona Parker, 27 Atlantic Avenue. As it stands now, what you're voting on, has this been approved by the land use board?
All but 12 items.
All but 12 items.
Well, 12 items they've recommended changes. Right.
Okay, so they approved it barring 12 items.
Well, they didn't, no, but they
They don't
didn't raise
approve.
any other concerns.
They don't approve.
They don't,
We,
They didn't approve and they said for these 12 reasons.
we give them a courtesy review and they give us their feedback.
Thank
Let's
you.
be clear. Just to be clear, so we're all talking about the same thing, stop, see there something. When the governing body changes any zoning ordinances of the borough. Municipal land use law requires that after the governing body introduces that ordinance. The planning board has 35 days to review it and provide their comments and recommendations.
All right, thank you. And their comment and their recommendation was to change 12 items.
I believe it was more than 12.
I think it was 12.
Oh, I don't know if you were counting the ones you were agreeing to.
Well, I think they recommended 12. There were 12 recommendations.
Thank you, forgive me.
Like that.
Yeah, there were 12 recommendations.
Well, and that you do not agree with that.
Yeah, correct. And this is why we're asking the table, let's sit down with us. And work it out. There's no need to push this right now. It started in January.
Started before January, yeah. Started a long time ago.
Any other comments?
Other comments?
Yes.
Sorry.
I hate to say this, but Linda Duffy, 312 Brittany Avenue. I do agree with the 7,500. The north end of town is still congested now. It can't take another car on the street, correct? I would think we all agree to that if you live in that area. Also, it's a fire hazard. Too close together. Ocean Grove burns down houses, not just one house at a time. And it's a safety concern when you have two houses together and they decide to put a fence down. People do, and then you have less. People don't get permits for fencing sometimes, and this is what happens. It's just like, you can't have the windows, there's no ventilation. I don't know, I'm not being selfish, I'm just thinking that. The east-west, there's a lot more playroom there, because a lot of those houses have wider lots. But definitely on the north end, it's very congested, and I feel sorry for those people, they can't park now. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mr. Schecht's comment is interesting about taking them out of the 7,500. But it's counterproductive to his argument about non-conforming. You create even more non-conforming. But also with the 5,000 square foot lot, this was workshop in 2017 to under the Angus administration to make it 7,500 square foot lots. And in that workshop, one of the councilmen said, well, you know, it really should be 7,000 square feet. I'll support 7,000 square feet. Well, the workshop never went anywhere, and then that council person built an improper garage apartment. So obviously his lot was less than 7,500 square feet. So, but this was talked about then. And when we talked about the lots that you're gonna make non-conforming, if you have a 50 by 100 lot, what's your existing building coverage? Could you even build a garage apartment? And there's been situations already in front of the zoning board where people went to build a garage apartment. They needed variances for impervious coverage and building coverage already before that unit. In terms of the 27 feet, I think it's great that you're lowering that because the land use board just approved 2 small lots with 30-foot houses that are 2.5 stories. They got variances for the half story. The whole intent was that the house would fit the lot and not be overdeveloped for the property, also with the parking variances. So that's another consideration. I attend all the meetings, and you know, Mayor Fox makes all the appointments for the land use board. I did apply, but for some reason I didn't get picked. But you know, I want to thank the council for doing this and taking the time to really dive into it. Now, the purposes of municipal land use law tell us in item B to secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other natural and man-made disasters. That 4 feet is really important. And also to item C, to provide adequate light, air, and open space. That 4 feet helps. If you have the existing one where it's a 25-foot lot and you're allowed 10%, that's 2.5 feet. Now you're right on top of the next person. Our ordinances are very liberal and they do not zone any lot into economic inutility. It can be built on. Hey, it may not be what you want, and you may not get that 3rd bedroom, so your kids might have to sleep on the couch on a weekend, but that's the way it's set up. And I compliment Councilwoman Chris Mahoney for acknowledging people are paying these big, they want to build a big house. And you know what? People say, well, they're not building a mansion. Well, you know what? On a 1,000 square foot lot, they're building a mansion. And it shouldn't be that way. So I think these changes are long in coming. And I think they're wonderful changes. And it'll really make it simple. This is what it is. It's already, I mean, when I go to these meetings and people ask for 7 variances, I go, it's already liberal. And you're asking for more? It's time to make it really simple. And this will send a message also to the planners and the engineers and the lawyers who coach their people to get their approval. To say, hey, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't do that. Bradley Beach is tough with their ordinances. Because that's what happens in other towns. You know, they've never given that variance, so don't think you can get it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Yes. I think this one's the last one, and then we will.
Report. We are a corner property. We are just over 5,000 square feet. We have an existing 2-car garage. We would like the opportunity to put an apartment above ours, whether it's for my mother or whatnot. To not allow us to do so will be financial hardship, considering when you look at everywhere in town, there's numerous properties that have corner apartments. You have homes, like I said, there are more back buildings in this neighborhood that are bigger than the front houses. Yes, people are tearing down beautiful old homes. We did not. We have a lovely little 1,760 square foot bungalow, and we're going to keep it that way. But yes, we would like some expansion, meaning that we just want to go up on an existing property. We don't want to do anything else to it. If we're not able to do that, our only recourse is to actually, then we can do a whole remodel and we could add more coverage. We could, you know, attach breezeways for what everybody else does. We're not looking to do that. We would love to keep as much air and space open as possible, other than having extra floor space for ourselves in an apartment up there. We have neighbors that have 5 and 6 unit properties. It's insane. You know, people are buying these homes and building 3, 4, 5,000 square foot homes. So to argue its density, to argue it's not with the master plan, you know, yes, that may have been where it started, but in reality, you know, there's nothing we, like in our one case, would be doing to really change landscape. So we would hope that anything, you know, 5,000 and above would be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Bob Broder, 614 Fifth Ave. I'm squarely in the side of being screwed by this. I have just under 7,000 square feet. I have 20% lot coverage, a beautiful backyard. I don't have a garage. I would like the opportunity to potentially take advantage of what I bought my house for 4 years ago. It was, you know, I bought it. I had the option potentially to expand. I have a growing family. Both my daughters are getting married. They're gonna have kids. I don't have the room for everybody. I have 2 elderly parents. I mean, I want to take advantage of that. I thought it was something I had as an option, and now you're taking it away. So, you know, it's just me, that's my opinion, but I'm screwing. Thanks.
Bob, I'm sorry, what is your last name?
Broders, BRODERS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification. People, I mean, I know it's, but people do have time, they can file for a permit and then they have 2 years. From the time the permit is filed.
It's 2 or is it 1?
Is it Ben? Ben would know.
Ben would know.
There is, in the municipal land use law, there is a, you have 1 year, to file for a certificate of pre-existing non-conformity.
Okay.
Which is just filed with the zoning officer.
Right.
After a year, if that is not filed, you can still apply for it, but you'd have to just go before the zoning board or the land use board.
So I'm saying, but before, if we pass the ordinance, before it takes effect, like in this gentleman's.
So if the ordinance is passed, anybody who has a property that becomes non-conforming they can still live in their house and exist, you know, there as long as they want. The change would be, the effect would be if they go to build an addition or something like that. Then that would trigger a variance and then you have to go before the land use board.
But before the law takes effect, there is a window where their house would not fall into
20 days.
20 days. So they could file for the permit and they would have 20 days where they would not fall under the auspices of the new. And that permit would be good for 1 year.
Yeah. But that's almost mission impossible to do because you've got to get an architect, you gotta get, you know, pretty hard. So maybe an alternative to his point and on that point, and actually it's something I jotted down is one of the reasons I'm concerned about this is could we, because we do have people that bought a house and a 5,000 square foot lot or 6,000 or 7,000 and might have plans for it. There's a real example back there. Is there a way that we could put a time parameter on that particular point and say there's this will be executed in a 2-year period, but it will be executed so we have the adequate time to at least either let people make a plan and if they so desire, because this is a point I struggle with on this issue. You know, I understand density, but I also understand we're in a beach town. I understand if I bought a house on a 5,000 square, my lot, forget it. It's not anywhere near that, but you know, the point, I'm sorry, I'm using you as an example, but you know, I would think if we put a time parameter on this of, I'll throw out 2 years, and we really adequately communicate that to anybody with a lot that size and say, this is your deal, this is how much time you have to deal with this, then at least we put out there a, you know, a little bit of a compromise call. That's something that I kind of thought that might be something we want to incorporate in this.
What's our form of communication? I just wonder because this has been talked about for the past year, right? And so
yeah, I think
in public meetings, so what is the form of communication? Because you would consider that you know, it's been in the paper, it's been brought up, it's come up in this meeting, which is considered the public forum. So then what is your better form of communication that you can get to everybody? Because there's always going to be someone who says, I didn't hear about it.
Yeah, my recommendation would be some kind of direct mail we know what lot sizes are, we know what's on lots, and basically a direct mail to say, here's the deal. You know, you've got X amount of time to do this, otherwise the law is going to change. I think the chairman said, Mr. Mayor said, you know, there's going to be a lot of people that don't understand this or that they just don't know it. I think aware. Yeah, is it incumbent on us to try to drive that communication to, I don't know how many homes it is. I'm sure that I can get Eric Aguilar to get that information for us. And with addresses and names, and I mean, hell, we could do it registers or because it's not going to be hundreds and hundreds of houses. So that would be my answer to the question.
I understand, but then I wonder, is it incumbent on us to let everybody know about every ordinance that we.
Right.
You know, the fairness of it, right? Well, you know, you passed that ordinance, but, you know, I
Yeah.
got pulled over by
You raise a good.
Arnold and, you know, you didn't. Tell me I couldn't go through that stop line.
What's that?
Beach is hard. This is a major change that keeps economics. It's lot home, I looked at 32 years, for other people, I have a 5,000 square foot lot, I've never built a garage. Other people may want to, and not aware of this. And all of a sudden, it's 20 days.
Yeah, Mike?
now, 20 days.
Mike,
Mr.
could you come to the mic, please? Mr.
Oh,
Mike?
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mike, Mayor,
Mike,
Mayor Dennis.
to the mic.
312.
Thanks.
No, I think it's a speech argument about speed. You're looking at people's economics and the number one investment most people have is their home. And they have made plans, whether they've executed those plans or not. You're taking that right away like that. That was my only point. That was my biggest issue with this whole thing. And there's been a lot of bad things that have happened in the years. We've looked at facts of Bradley Beach neighborhoods. You've got many Bradley Beaches behind these houses. And they finally clamped down the size down to 800 square feet. Even still, my point was, give people some time to deal with this, or have the, you know, like this political courage, just eliminate garage apartments. That's what you're in effect doing. You're going to eliminate construction of new apartments, except for about 30 lots. So make a decision, or stay with the 5,000, and as Mayor Fox has stated, put a time frame on this. Say, as of this date, this ordinance kicks in, or bifurcate this somehow, pull that part out. Now that come in later, and the rest gets approved, whatever you want to do. The rest of it's kind of mine. I don't agree with some of the comments. You know, maybe the approvals were made for legitimate reasons because of the streetscape and such like that. But this is, you're really affecting people's investment. I don't know if it's going to help it or diminish it. That time will tell. My comment.
Thank you. Yep.
Rich, that's 600 Third Avenue, excuse me, I got local quick things going on here. We have a 10,000 square foot lot. If we were able to put back house on 5,000 square foot lot, we could do a tear down and build a couple of beautiful homes, probably 2 million and have garage apartments. By you adding this time element that's being suggested, we're gonna change our garage to a garage apartment. We don't want to, we don't need it. We like it the way it is. Everybody understand that? So you're diminishing the value of our house immediately when you're reducing the number of the size of the property that you need to have a back house. Everybody follow that?
But you could still build a garage apartment because you have more than 7,500 square feet.
He's on a corner lot, right?
No. I don't. If they didn't have that restriction for a corner lot, I could build 2 houses with back houses on it.
Okay.
Make a lot of financial sense. By changing it to 7,500, I can only build 1 back house on my property. You put this time element down there, like, okay, you've got 1 year to do it. If after the 1 year, you're not gonna be able to do it, to build a back house, you understand? Okay, so you've diminished the value of my property. So I would do before that 2 year time is up, I would definitely add a back house there. Because I'd have that added value. If I have the ability to have a back house and not have one, it still has a certain value. But after a 2-year period, if that's what you select to have as a time limit, that value of being able to have the back house goes away and diminishes the value of that property. So think about that.
You're saying everybody who could put a back house on will attempt to? Is that what you're saying? Or are you talking about your house in particular?
I'm giving my house as an example. I mean, I would think other people, if they're given a timeline, like after a certain time, you cannot create a back house in your property. They would be inclined to do the same thing.
Yeah, one would hope that the inclination is just like the example in the back. I've got a plan, but it's out a couple of years and this is what I'm trying to do. Not, let me run in and just make a change.
Forcing people to do something that they wouldn't normally do.
Well, hopefully it would. Okay, thank you. Okay. So the question, I guess, for us is, do we want to move forward on this, or do we want to, I mean, there was a recommendation to have some further conversation on it. I don't know what people are.
I'm okay with moving forward on this.
I'm sorry?
I'm okay with moving forward on this.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, you're always intrigued. We're never trying to punish anyone. I mean, that's not our goal. Our goal is to protect the borough. At any snapshot in time, there's gonna be someone who raises their hand and says, well, wait, this is adversely impacting me. But while we wait, there's a potential for 15 other people to come in, buy up a small bungalow and on a 5,000 square foot lot and build a house and again, if they can work through land use board, create greater density in the borough. So we're very sympathetic. I'll speak for myself. I'm very sympathetic. I would love to find a way to resolve this for all, but at some point, from a legislative standpoint, we're trying to do what's in the best interest of the borough. I am intrigued, Mr. Malik, this whole process, if someone was interested in, like the gentleman in the back, if he's interested in at least reserving an opportunity to build a garage apartment, an accessory dwelling. I know you started explaining this earlier to Ms. Mahoney, but I just want to make sure I understand. I guess I was under the impression, beyond the 20-day estoppel that the mayor referenced, I was under the impression there was more like a 1-year timeframe. Is it only 20 days that they could submit an application?
So what I referenced before was, I guess in an example, if somebody has a 5,000 square foot lot with a current garage apartment.
With the current, yes.
Once, if an ordinance is passed to make it that your minimum lot size has to be 7,500 square feet, that lot is now non-conforming. You can get a certificate of an existing non-conformity within 1 year, just by application with no cost.
I see. Okay.
But that
And
doesn't.
that would allow you to do, some type of building addition to your home or whatever working they want to do with your house, put in a swimming pool, whatever the case may be, without going to the land use board. One, because you have that certificate. If you don't do that, then your existing non-conforming lot would trigger a variance. So that's where that falls into play. If you live on a lot that does not have a garage apartment and you wanted to put one on, yes, you would have to file an application to put one on before the ordinance goes into effect.
You'll never get the architectural. So they would have.
And that's difficult to do because it just takes time to go through the process of designing a site plan and an architectural plan for a garage apartment.
Right, or funding it,
Funding it,
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
You have a Zoom person that would like to speak.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Kelly's iPhone?
She's already waited.
Hi, it's Kelly Riley, 304 Second Ave. I may have missed this, but I think Mr. Cannon made a reference that the land use board has the legal opportunity to be involved in this. if that's the case, can this be tabled so that we can discuss it holistically as it should be done?
Well, that's what your recommendation is.
Greg, she's asking a question.
No,
Whether-
yeah,
Whether to table the ordinance is up to you guys.
Oh, no, but I thought she just asked you, did you say that there's? I mean, the land use board has already made, they've reviewed this and made a recommendation to us, so I don't know what other opportunity the land use board needs. If they couldn't get the homework done on time, I think they'd be saying us, we didn't give you anything, but they did their homework and they sent it back to us, so. I'm
no,
sure-
I didn't say, I don't think anyone said that we didn't get our homework done on time or have the time. I think the question was, what was Mr. Cannon's words about this, the legal rights of the land use board to be part of these changes? And can we table this so that can be discussed further?
Oh, and the legal obligation is when, if the zoning regulations are gonna be changed. Ordinance is sent after introduction to the planning board, who has 35 days to make a review under the municipal land use law.
Which is
So
what we
that-
did.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
We have a very clear understanding of your concerns, so I don't think it's an issue of discussing it more. You feel that it's inconsistent with the master plan, and I'm speaking for myself, I feel it is consistent, and the experts say it is consistent, so I don't know how much more discussion we need on that.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we actually pass this ordinance 2023. 16, an ordinance amending chapter 5 of, shoot, sorry. Where's the
15.
No, yeah, that's the one I don't have. Okay, so I'll be happy to read it if somebody has, because I don't have that piece of paper. Oh, I
This
got
one?
the agenda. Okay, that's why I don't have it.
You actually have to first make a motion to close it.
Oh, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
And second.
And adopt ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance replacing chapter 450 zoning of the borough's revised general ordinances to update the borough's zoning regulations.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
I'm just gonna say that we've spent an awful lot of time on this. I think great work has been done by Mr. Matlack. He has talked to everyone, including members of the land use board, for the better part of a year. I did want to suggest one or two edits to this. I don't think, however, based on Mr. Cannon's guidance, that I want to delay the overall adoption of this. So to the extent we need to change a reference to a fire official, or that we need to change property owner from developer, I think those are valid changes, but to the extent that they would otherwise tie up what I think is a really good amount of work that's already been completed, I'm going to vote yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
But before I vote, I want to say that a bunch of things, just to address some things that were very valid points that were brought up here. Which is to take us back in time. There was a time when there was, we said garage apartments are getting a little bit out of control. Let's limit that, let's change it so we limited the square footage of that. And I'm absolutely sure, because I lived in town then, the same arguments were made. We're taking away people's economic opportunities. Sure, some people have garage apartments and they had plans to make them 2, 3, 4 bedroom. And, they had an economic plan for that, and, that opportunity was taken away from them because we clamped them down and we said 600 square feet is gonna be the limit on garage apartments. The master plan doesn't say the job here is to maximize economic value for people. That is not what the master plan says. To the people that came up and said, you're screwing me economically, I'm screwing myself economically. I have 6,000 square feet and plenty of room to build a garage apartment. And the reason why in the last 18 years, I've never built a garage apartment is because, in my opinion, it would screw my neighbors. It screws them out of their light and space and open, and if they can look out in the backyard and see grass and trees instead of looking at a building. You know, I have an aging mother-in-law too. Yeah, maybe garage apartment, great, we can move here. Not even crossing my mind. You know why? Because of my neighbors. So just like when we ratcheted down on garage apartments with the square footage, that was maybe unpopular with some people, but it was good for the town and it was consistent with the master plan. So for the exact same reason, I understand what the arguments are against this, but this is something that's good for the town. It keeps our density in check. And not one I get a lot of complaints about overdevelopment, and this is a time where we're actually doing something about it. So I'm gonna vote yes.
Mayor Fox.
I'm gonna vote no. The reason I'm gonna vote no is basically I would like to incorporate those three edits, the 5, 7, and 11, and we, because the governing body is not changing, we could push this into January and not have to go do a redo. I do think the time parameter is worthy of further discussion of understanding how many homes, how do we communicate, and could we do that? So I think those two things, or the three edits plus that, I'd really like to see happen. I do understand all the points on density and everything else, but if I bought a house at 5,000 square feet and I could build a conforming back house for my parents or as my retirement income or whatever, I'd like some time to make that, be able to do that if I haven't done, at least have the opportunity. And I don't think to the chairman's point that we've adequately let people know that. So I'll vote no. And that would close this out. So let's move on. I appreciate the time here. This took an extensive amount of time, but it was a complex issue. And I will say there were a couple of, as Councilwoman Mahoney and I said, there were a couple of fumbles here that caused a little bit of a problem, but we'll move on. Okay, the next is for 2023-16. It's an ordinance amending 123 beachfront areas adjacent waters of the boroughs revised general ordinance to include Article 4, Fletcher Lake Bridge, to prohibit all motorized or powered vehicles of any type of Fletcher Lake Bridge. Start with any council comments. We hope there aren't any. So we'll close council comments. Now we'll make a motion to open public comments and 3-minute limit. Do I have a second?
Hearing.
Yes.
Second?
Got a vote.
Yes. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney is not present. Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Any public comments on ordinance 2023-15? Yes.
Robin Flipsy, 408 Lake Terrace. I just want to know who enforces that. I mean, we share that bridge with Ocean Grove. No, but Ocean Grove has half of it, right? Or so will police cars be patrolling that? I mean, I live right next to it, so it just seems like that's not a place that there's usually a lot of surveillance for bicycle or motorized vehicles.
Well, I would imagine now, if a patrol comes by and you see a motorized vehicle, I think now you have to ordinance. It's a specific request from them that they can't enforce anything unless there's an ordinance. So now it can be enforced.
Yeah, hopefully it's exception, not a rule. Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Do we have a similar ordinance for the boardwalk or the promenade?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Who enforces that? I mean, I see motorbikes all the time, so I'm just saying like, and it's hard to see from Ocean Ave because there's a distance, but they're there. And I always tell them to get off, but they laugh. I'm not a good person.
Yeah. Any other comments? Nothing from the board? Okay, I'll move to make a motion to close 2023-15.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, 2023-16, an ordinance amending Chapter 5 Administration of Government of the Boroughs revised general ordinance to repeal mayor's temporary appointment power under Code 514J. Start with any council comments? Any council comments?
Yes, I do. Can't be that bad, but I'll try. This amendment has received a lot of attention over the past month, and I would say rightfully so. The question everyone wants answered is, who has the right to make a permanent appointment of our business administrator? The mayor or the council? As recently as last week, the mayor sent an email to the council requesting that we remove the adoption of this amendment from tonight's agenda. He stated that the council cannot dilute, this is a quote, dilute the legal powers and authorities granted to mayors in this form of government. And that this would, quote, encroach on the authority granted to my office by state law and borough charter. I know everyone has heard these statements before from our dais as well as perhaps in interviews in the paper. What's disappointing to me is that some people, fueled by the mayor's rhetoric, have made these same statements as part of personal assaults on this council's motives. A small group of individuals have publicly posted unfair accusations against the council on social media. These individuals are certainly entitled to their opinions, but unfortunately, their opinions do not include facts. The following are 4 simple questions which people should ask, and I hope some will find them thought-provoking. Anyone who cares about the facts should read the answers. Question number 1. When is a strong mayor a strong mayor? Our Faulkner Act small municipality form of government is often referred to as a strong mayor form of government. The role of our mayor is indeed strong because he serves both as our chief executive and as a member of our legislative branch, the council. Our form of government also provides for a council, which is empowered with many rights, including the right to approve mayoral nominations of various officer positions. Sure. When a mayor attempts to avoid the checks and balances that are built.
Wait?
I'm sorry?
We could, oh, I thought you were gonna leave. Okay, sorry.
No, I'll
Yeah,
continue.
you're going to voice.
Otherwise, I would lose all my momentum.
Okay, sorry, pardon me.
When a mayor attempts to avoid the checks and balances that are built into our laws, he has moved beyond strong and is headed towards dictator. Number 2. Question number 2. When do 3 finalists equal 1 finalist? The mayor presented 3 finalists to the council for their consideration to hire as a business administrator. The council interviewed the 3 finalists and then selected the one that the council believed to be the most qualified candidate and the one who they believed could best serve Bradley Beach. In hindsight, the council now realizes that the mayor was really only presenting 1 finalist, the only one that he was willing to nominate. Question number 3. When is a loophole not a loophole? The mayor knew that the council did not support his candidate, and he also knew that he needed the council's consent under the law. So the mayor used the borough's own ordinances, not the Faulkner Act, to temporarily appoint an acting officer for up to 90 days. That's a quote from our ordinance. After making this temporary appointment, he then created a 2-year contract, reaching an annual salary of $130,000. The mayor then admitted in a public council meeting that he intends to continue to reappoint his choice for business administrator every 90 days indefinitely. He requests that we do not refer to this manipulation of our laws as a loophole. This question might also be known as, when does 90 days equal 2 years? And finally, the 4th question that we all should understand the answer to: when does temporary equal permanent? This unintended application of the borough's ordinance, temporarily appointing the same person indefinitely, creates a full-time permanent appointment with benefits. This action is clearly designed by the mayor to usurp the council's authority and not the other way around. The council's motive is simple. And I underscore this because I've heard us accused of so many very inappropriate motives. The council's motive is simple. These 4 answers explain why the council must pass this amendment to ordinance section 514J tonight. In order to close the mayor's loophole, we must remove the authority that a prior council gave to a prior mayor years ago. The current mayor's actions constitute a clear abuse of this temporary appointment authority. Therefore, this council must remove the authority previously granted to the mayor's position. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Sure thing. I hope this will, I hope people that we're gonna get up and speak on this will take this to heart. Everybody needs to know that this is not about our acting borough administrator. I know a lot of people think it is, but it's not. It is about the mayor and his abuse of the loophole regarding his power to make temporary appointments. There is a state statute out there right now that says with the 2/3 vote, the governing body could remove the administrator, okay? In this council, that would mean a four-person vote, okay? We did not do that at either of the October meetings. Did not do that in the November meeting, and it's not on the agenda to do at this meeting. People need to understand that that means something, okay? So everybody who thinks that this is about getting rid of the acting borough administrator, I just want to tell you that you're wrong. It's about keeping the mayor from abusing the loophole as just described. It doesn't just apply to this position, the administrative position. It applies to a whole host of positions in town. So again, if we're gonna allow a mayor to make permanent appointments when they're really just supposed to be temporary, and for 7 or 8 or 9 different positions in town, that's a problem. So we are taking away the ability of a future mayor to do this, and that's what this is all about. And I know people are going to get up to the microphone and say something else, but it is about that. Is not about the acting borough administrator.
Sure. I'll try to go as quickly as possible. In 1992, the Bradley Beach moved from a commissioner form of government under the Walsh Act to the Faulkner Act small municipality form of government. One of the positives of this form of government under the Faulkner Act is that it enables citizens to enjoy the powers of initiative, referendum, and recall. By petition, voters may propose or repeal legislation or act to remove an elected official from office. All this can be accomplished by the people without action by the local governing body. Just as the people have power, the mayor and council have power too. Bradley Beach has adopted the small municipality form of government, which does conform to the strong mayor format, with the strong mayor acting as chief executive. This form of government is very similar to the US federal form of government. So much so, in fact, that our mayor alone, much like the President of the United States, can nominate for certain appointments, but can only make that appointment with advice and consent of its branch counterpoint, the council. Much like the President of the United States can only make certain appointments after Senate approval. As we all learned in civics class or even on Schoolhouse Rock, there needs to be checks and balances. With regard to 514J, at first blush, it seems to well handle the situation where we are in need of an officer in case of an emergency. And perhaps it would if our checks and balances were in place. However, we are in a situation where an appointment was made without the advice and consent of council as prescribed by 4069A-149.8. And that appointment is going to be held over for an indeterminate amount of time without the advice and consent of council after the 90-day temporary appointment expires. The governing body does in fact have a provision to handle the officer vacancies. The mayor can enter into a professional services agreement like we did with Mr. Fehrenbach. And after the mayor's threshold of spend is met, the council can approve the continuation of the professional services agreement. However, in reality, wouldn't it be best if appointments were handled according to municipal charter requirements? Whereupon the mayor nominates candidates for offices and then appoints after receiving the consent of council who were duly elected. The Faulkner Act burdens the mayor and the city council with working cooperatively for the benefit of the municipality's residents. Since the mayor does not intend to get the council's advice or consent to extend the 90-day appointment, and seeing as 514J allows the mayor to circumvent working cooperatively with council, I agree in striking 514J from the ordinance.
Thank you.
That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of comments. I'm not gonna, in that it's 10 to 10, I'm not gonna go for hours. One portion of the memo I sent to the council last week that Councilman Gubitosi failed to mention, I will mention. And that was that I would prefer that we instead proceed in a more harmonious manner by working together rather than creating more divisions. If we still intend on placing this on the agenda, I'd suggest we jointly seek judicial intervention to advise on whether this action is consistent with the form of government in the Faulkner Act. Meaning that the case that we had back in August that was ruled on is still open. It has not been closed. That recommendation was made, let's ask the question and find out what the right answer is. And that was rejected outright by a number of people on the council. Another conversation that I had with a councilman up here or a council person up here was the potential of nominating the acting BA as a business administrator, and that was basically shot down or went into a negotiation. The point on a 2-year schedule was based on the original, the 2-year salary schedule was based on the original recommendation on how to step up over a period of time based on performance, the BA's salary. It was not intended to say, it's a 2-year deal, goodbye. It was intended to, it was a thoughtful approach to salary administration. So I think one of the key issues here is this idea of check and balance and advice and consent. We had 3 viable candidates. I asked for advice and consent, and basically I got more of, this is our preference and this is what we want to do. Versus if all 3 are viable candidates and I choose this particular, or I'd recommend this person, I would have hoped we would have gotten a little bit more discourse than, nope, this is our deal here. So I think it is infringing on some of my responsibilities. I think in August, this elements of this whole idea of appointment by the mayor's position was laid out by Judge English. My big concern with eliminating this part of the ordinance is there's 0 consideration around continuity of government. I mentioned this at the last meeting. It creates an adverse employment action that affects the council standing potentially. I think we're putting the borough at legal risk. So, you know, for those reasons, I wish that we could have worked through this in a more collaborative way, but that does not look like it's going to happen. You know, we're going down the same road that we went down in May. And, you know, as Judge English said, you know, we're blurring lines and we're being arbitrary and capricious. And I hate to make those kind of comments, but that's what I feel. And I certainly am not supporting this ordinance adoption. So at this point, I guess I'll say, let's close this and open it up to public comments. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I thought it said you didn't have any comments. I'm
thank
sorry.
you, and
Sorry.
thank you for your comments. And thank you, everybody, for your comments. And I know it's, you've what better places to be than here and to attend these meetings and to get up and speak is very difficult. And I appreciate that. You can only imagine what it's like to be up here. So as an elected official, it is my job to best serve the residents of Bradley Beach. And let's face it, we have some serious issues impacting our future. Municipal taxes went up 13.2% this year. Borough bills are not being paid. We have crumbling century-old sewer systems. 319 the rain. What's going on? We had the 2022 audit past due, and we're going to right now into the 2024 budget analysis, and we're in the process of hiring a CFO. We have a lot going on. We're in dire need of a highly qualified and experienced individuals that we can all agree upon to give our residents and taxpayers the best that we all deserve. For the Borough Council to have their statutorily established advice and consent stripped from us is just not productive. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman or Council President. So we'll now close and open for public comments. Make a motion.
We already.
Second, to adopt.
Mr. Noble?
No, no.
Option public, yeah, here, here,
Public hearing.
public hearing, public hearing.
Yes.
Second that motion.
Was it you or was it you? Now you're all
Oh,
confused.
it doesn't- you know
what?
Okay.
Kristen,
On paper, I don't
Thank you.
know. Okay, Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Any comments? No comments? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I think it's fantastic that the loophole is being closed. But I just want to take a moment to read something which I thought was very impactful and maybe beneficial in any judicial intervention. I'm going to read from an October 1st hiring memo to Merrick DeMarco from Mayor Fox. Subject, position offered, acting business administrator, Borough of Bradley Beach. As you are aware, I sought the advice and consent of the council on 13 September and unfortunately did not receive it. This is an offer to appoint you to the position of acting business administrator. This is a 90-day appointment that will be renewed. You would be appointed at an annual salary rate of $110,000. Vacation benefits will follow through borough policy. And then it goes on to go for this 2-year extension up to $130,000. This was the intent all the time, and I can't wait for Judge English to read this, because in June, he didn't know the backstory of what was going on. So now he knows the backstory. It's been in the papers, it's been embarrassing for everybody. This is supposed to be a collaborative effort. I don't know how, I assume corporate people at J&J would work collaboratively, right? I guess they don't. But Mr. Ken, I'm going to give you this letter because I think you might need it for future judicial intervention. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any comments? Yes.
Hello again, Beth Kepler, 504 Central Avenue in Bradley. Loopholes don't belong in laws. Laws are supposed to be fair and equitable for everybody, so they're applied equitably and fairly across the board. Loopholes only serve to cause ambiguity and this kind of consternation that's developing and dissension. So I don't understand, as a legislator and at a legislative board, why you as mayor would be opposed to wanting to do away with the loophole. But you clearly admitted in your own words, and it's on videotape and on the record, that you, in response to Councilman Weber's question, admitted openly to everybody here that it is, in fact, and was your intention all along to exploit that loophole by reiterating and renominating every 90 days. And that's not the spirit of the law. And it's not the only law and ordinance that we have in problem with loopholes in town. And we've never had an issue, even though that they may have existed, because we've never had a mayor that has tried to exploit them. and take advantage of the residents for some reason. That I'm sure that when this becomes judicial, we will get to the bottom of it. Because depositions and interrogatories become, and discovery, well, that's a good word, discovery. Those things, those mechanisms that are built into the law, and I can just smell it based on the part of the email that you yourself brought out into the public this evening there, was the fact that I can smell it and I can see it in what you were saying, that we're gonna have another lawsuit. Because in order to continue on and bring this back into judicial review, because if this council votes against you, you clearly just admitted that you're gonna open up this can of worms at our expense financially, because we are paying for your attorney, right? Still, at that point going forward, no?
Paying for hours.
No, but what about, Assemblywoman, the Assemblywoman who represented you? Who pays for that? Do we pay for that, the townspeople?
We denied that.
So could you,
Oh, that was denied, well, that's,
I guess the
that
first-
was, you tried that, but that was
first-
denied, thank God.
the first point, I've never used the term loophole and, if I would ask that, maybe you take a look at how many acting positions are being fulfilled right now at the local, county, state, federal government. So it is a practice.
I live here and I pay taxes here, and what I remember distinctly is that there was a unanimous no confidence vote in regard to this, right before this nomination was.
Time. Thank you. Yeah. You should be very careful.
Ma'am, on 302 Fourth Avenue, it just goes on and on. From what Jane was saying, and this is what I got out of your great words, was that there's a lot of tasks that need to be done in this town. The taxes going up, I forget now, is it 13 or 16%, whatever it is, Whopping Bell, 319 Marine Avenue, that people continually complain and wonder about. Nothing is moving along in the direction for the residents. And so that's why the VA position is so important. And that's why the best qualified person should be in that position. It's a temporary position. I don't know if the word temporary, you have to look it up in the dictionary. I don't know. It means that it's just for a short period of time, not an extended period of time, temporary.
Yeah, the word is acting.
I'm sorry?
The word is acting, not temporary. Acting.
The ordinance says
Acting.
temporary, the title says.
And it's, that's supposed to be temporary. Okay. You got me on that. In my world, acting means it's temporary, but that's just, I'm just one person, I guess. The thing that's just so surprising, when everybody was making their comments and statements to the council, and often the people that are sitting here or standing here, talking to you, Mr. Mayor, is that your head is down and you're in your papers and you're shuffling them. And you talked about collaboration before, that you didn't want this on the agenda. You'd rather have a collaborative approach with the council before this went on the agenda.
Yep.
How can you be collaborative if during a meeting, which is called a council meeting, that your head is down and you're still not listening? You didn't listen to them when they told you who the best candidate was, and you would ask them for advice and consent and you ignored it. And that's what the loophole is. You don't have to have who they recommended because you knew in the back of your mind that you were going to just have somebody acting for a 90-day period and you would just renew it. So it's just very troubling to see your head down, shuffling papers when your own council people are trying to talk during the meeting that all these other people show up for week after week. And tonight it was just horrible to watch you do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Rona Parker, 27 Atlantic Avenue. May I ask the borough attorney a question? Is that proper? May I ask you a question?
You could always ask me a question.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As the attorney for the entire mayor and council, are you advising them on this?
Yes,
And what, may I ask what you told them?
sure. So
I mean.
this is something I can share because the mayor and the council are or split disregard. It's really my job to render the opinion on this more so than represent anybody.
I understand.
Right, I defend you on the why I'm involved. You know, obviously you're fully aware of the prior dispute over the ordinance and that this section was for the judge ordered not to be, was ordered not invalid last time. If you think of it in 3 steps, the current ordinances places this power with the mayor. The ordinance that the council passed last time placed that power with the council. Judge determined that that was inappropriate under the Faulkner Act. The current ordinance that's before the board is in the middle. It's basically just no one has the power. And what I advise them is that this temporary appointment power, unlike the last lawsuit that we had, is not in the Faulkner Act. So I can't give a legal reason or you know, why this has to be in our ordinance or why it's mandatory. You know, you can just two arguments if I laid them out respectfully for each of you. I think Al has read a whole dissertation of his point of view, and that's that no one should have it. You know, the first, I don't want to speak for the mayor, but he laid out his point of view as well, so I guess I don't speak for anybody. But it's not required by the Faulkner Act. The last time there was specific language in the Faulkner Act that governed the provision at issue, and this time it's silent. So I can't point to a reason why this would be an invalid ordinance. As the mayor laid out, the spirit of the entire charter is a good argument against the ordinance, and the arguments that Councilman Gubitosi laid out are good arguments and for the ordinance. So I can't give you a legal reason why you should or should not do this.
So
It's
you're
really
saying it is not illegal for the mayor to be doing this?
well, the council has to pass this ordinance.
Okay. Say that again.
So my job isn't to decide whether this is a good idea or not. My job is only to tell you if this violates some state statute, you're not allowed to do it. The last time I was only 85% right, so take what I say, it's a grain of salt, right? There's not a legal reason in the Faulkner Act why you couldn't repeal the temporary appointment power that I can find. And to be candid with the public, I've been talking to the mayor's attorney, Ms. Flynn, and she's laid out a lot of reasons as well. A lot of the arguments basically kind of mirror what was said here. So
Can you explain then why a position like the comptroller of the state of New Jersey is an acting comptroller? And has not been.
So that's a totally different rubric. It's a totally different rubric. It has to do with Senate confirmation and other things.
That's similar. It's an executive and a legislative.
So if we drilling down to the issue from my perspective, right? My job is to, you know, if we pass an ordinance here that was clearly discriminating on some basis of race or sex or gender, or have you, right? That's clearly something that I say, you can't do this. The Civil Rights Act, law against discrimination does not allow you to do this, right? That's the most obvious one to like. There's basically 18 sections of the statute that tell this form of government what it can and can't do in the charter. And this is just not mentioned in there at all.
So will you represent the council? Will you represent the mayor in this?
My duty as the borough attorney is to defend the ordinances of the borough. So I don't know if you're paying attention to the last lawsuit, but you saw me make legal arguments in defense of the ordinance. Anything that was extraneous to that, I don't know if you've really read the court filings.
I did.
They were not, okay, so they were containing certifications from the council. It's not my place to say what's a good idea or a bad idea. My job was to argue that the ordinance is valid. If that makes sense. I don't really represent anyone in that case. My duty as the borough attorney is to defend the ordinances of the borough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
But
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one up.
Hand up on Zoom.
One hand up. Thank you.
Kelly's iPhone?
Hi, it's Kelly Riley, 304 Second Avenue. I appreciated how Al started off by saying and asking questions because I think that's the smart thing to do. And I think the big question here is how do we find ourselves in this position again? And I think we're all looking at this from a very micro aspect as opposed to taking a look back at 30,000 feet. We have had 5 borough administrators in 6 years. That is a ridiculous amount of turnover for the size of our borough. So we had a BA from 2017 to 2020, And she had left her position after being harassed out of it from 2 sitting council members. While she left that job, those two council people retained their positions, and one of them is still a council member today. Then you fast forward to the second BA who sat in from March 2020 to May 2021. In his short time in his position, he too was met with adversity from the governing body, and he voluntarily left that position. And according to the statement by Councilman Weber at one point, this was somebody that they really wanted, yet he didn't want to be here anymore. And for the record, he sat under Mayor Engelstadt and Mayor Fox with Councilmen Bunnell, Gubitosi, Sexsmith, and Weber. We now come to our third borough administrator from July 2021 to March of 2023. Again, another really quick, short stint in role. She too had some controversial behaviors pointed at her, and she abruptly left. Again, the governing body was Mayor Fox, Councilman Bunnell, Councilman Gubitosi, Councilman Sexsmith, Weber, and then the new 2023 council of DeMarco, DeNoble, Gubitosi, and Weber. Now we have Mr. Fehrenbach, and he was the interim from March 2023 to September 2023. And at the September 13th meeting, when he was on his way out and we knew that Meredith or there was a new person coming in, he spoke about Mr. Marco's capability, ability, and willingness to do this job. And his most impactful statement is that she would have the highest probability of success because she is intimately aware of the unique challenges the council brings to this BA position. He had some other unsavory things to say about the council and the behaviors, and I think it's all been well documented, but it's a telling tale of where we are. So we now have Meredith, or Mr. Marco as we should be calling her, and she is willing to do this job. She is able to do this job, and she's more than capable to do this job. She has the experience. I think everyone is losing sight of what she has done in her previous careers and her previous government experience. On top of this, how much money does it cost to hire somebody? The national rate is 1.25 to 1.4 times the base salary. If I use the $110,000 base, every time we have to hire somebody, we are spending an additional $27,000 to $44,000 a year, or not a year, a time to hire. Times that by 5. It's a pretty hefty price. I think, again, how did we get here? There's a common denominator. It is the lack of this council and all of the councils to work together. This isn't a mayor situation. This is about how people can't come together and work. And I'm tired of everyone bringing it down on someone like Mr. Marco, who has had to endure the mental abuse and anguish that you have all put on her through social media. I would love for any of you to walk into your jobs every single day knowing that everybody is rooting against you and has things to say, and see how well you do. She shows up with a smile, she shows up with the guts, and she shows up with her credentials to do the job.
Thank you.
Received a memo from Gregory Fehrenbach. He would like to present comments regarding this ordinance, so I'm going to read that. Is that okay? This is from Greg Fehrenbach as a resident of 408 Bradley Boulevard, Bradley Beach. As all of you might expect, I am opposed to ordinance number 2023-16, as I was opposed to ordinance number 2023-4. Before I explain why, I want to clearly state on the record, from before the time I offered to be the interim borough administrator, I have not chosen a side in this community conflict. I am on my own side as a professional local government manager, borough property owner, and taxpayer. I am a stakeholder in this community, and I have my own positions and on individual community issues, period. I have worked diligently and listened to all sides of issues for the betterment of this borough's government. What does this ordinance do? In its essence, the proposed ordinance amendment removes the ability of the elected chief executive officer to make appointments to keep the government operating when a key officer or staff member who must be appointed with the advice and consent of council leaves office. A vacancy in such an office can occur as the result of death, resignation, retirement, or removal from office. This can occur during calm periods or stormy times, such as now exists, within the governing body or during a hurricane or nor'easter. Why would I, as a resident of this community, be opposed to this ordinance? There are several reasons which I will attempt to briefly enumerate. This action is violative of this municipality's charter intent. When chosen by the voters of Bradley Beach, the current small municipalities form is to have a separately elected chief executive with appointed powers among other executive authorities. The charter clearly and unequivocally places the power of appointment in the chief executive officer. This is no different than the other optional municipal charter forms, such as the council manager form or the mayor council form. Attempts to take away these appointed powers clearly violates the charter. This ordinance replicates ordinance 2023-4 of last summer in intent as I previously described. These are Judge English's words regarding the council's prior attempts to control appointments and to change the form of government. Borough Council lacks legal justification for its adoption of ordinance number 2023-4, which revises section 5-14 parentheses J of the Borough Code. This revision enables Borough Council to blur the clear distinctions envisioned by the Faulkner Act. The adoption of ordinance 2023-4 was both willful and unreasonable, amounting to an arbitrary and capricious abuse of discretion. The judge was unequivocal in issuing his criticizing judgment of this council. Was Judge English's critical comment regarding council's last attempt to change the charter by ordinance not clear enough to be understood? If this ordinance is passed, the action of the governing body members voting in the affirmative are demanding another lawsuit to defend the charter adopted by the voters of Bradley Beach. Removal of the ability of a chief executive officer to make acting appointments disables the government from being able to carry out its mandated governmental services. If the statutory appointing authority is prevented from making acting appointments and the council fails to grant advice and consent to an appointment, there is then no appointment. According to the borough ordinance, the positions affected by this condition would then be borough administrator, auditor, engineer, tax assessor, tax collector, attorney, and borough clerk. Parentheses, section 5-11.A.5, all of which are leadership or technical positions without being filled would disable the government. In this governmental form, the council does not have the appointment powers for the vast majority of positions. The only means by which this council can gain this authority is by reverting to the borough form of government through a charter study commission process, but not by means of this ordinance. The ability of any council to usurp appointing authority from the CEO does not exist in the other strong executive forms under the optional municipal charter law previously identified. Likewise, it does not exist here. Let me be clear, granting advice and consent is a process to make sure the person or firm being appointed has the ability to perform the duties and responsibility of the position. It does not mean that if the majority of the governing body is of the belief that someone else would be better in the position of the governing body.
Sorry, Erica. Sorry, Mr. Fehrenbach. It's not you.
I just put the rest into the record.
Yes, the rest will go in. There you go.
Any
Okay,
other- Yes,
All right.
last one, please, and then we'll move to vote.
I need to close the. Oh, sorry,
Hi, Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. This topic has come up several times in meetings already, and many people have been here, and it's been pretty much a one-sided conversation for many meetings.
a great example of how democracy really works, and I want to urge the council to adopt this because you've listened to the people in these several meetings. So bravo, because when there's a loophole in the law, legislation happens properly when they fix our laws so that people don't take advantage of it. So, thank you.
Thank you. One more, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, come up, please.
Linda W. 312, this is not about numerical at all. This is about the way things came down. You were you approached about getting that job way before that lawsuit, I assume, and he made no attempt to put you in that position at that time, and I don't know why. So all the things that transpired leaves a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, but the problem is we need a BA, and I hope you can fill the job, but you do not have the credentials. You don't.
Okay.
And to be starting at $110,000
Yeah.
with no experience.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Is. It's not-
Yeah.
it's not
Thank you.
appropriate for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now, we want to, does somebody want to close this? I'm sorry.
There's one more hand up. Eileen? Eileen, you have your hand up now? Okay, all right. Anybody else?
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Do you want to make a motion to close?
I don't, somebody can.
We're gonna close the public session. I'd like to make a motion to close the public session.
Second.
Yes.
Okay, I have to back it up. And adopt ordinance 2023-16. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
I want to say that I'm just disappointed with Mr. Fehrenbach's comments. He's certainly entitled to his opinion. If time permitted, I could go almost item by item and challenge him. I think there were a lot of inaccuracies there. Most importantly, his opening comment about he's not on either side is just clearly disingenuous. But that being said, I will vote yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
No. And for rather obvious reasons, I don't think I have to go through the dissertation. Okay, let's move to number 10, which is communications. There's a Shade Tree Commission appointment memo. Appreciate that. Well, now, can we have some quiet, please? We have resolutions, consent, and individual.
Sorry.
Consent agenda has 7 items on it. 2023-276, approval of lien redemption for 400 Main Street, amount of $5,017.18. 2023-277, approval of lien redemption of 405 Second Avenue in the amount of $1,771.90. 2023-278, approval of lien redemption for 415 Fifth, the amount of $51,898.46. 2023-279, approval of on-premises 50/50 cash license on on-premises gift basket auction raffle license for 2024, waiver of municipal raffle license fees for Bradley Beach PTA. 2023-280, approval of Clean Ocean Action to conduct the annual spring and fall sweeps for 2024. 2023-281, authorizing appointment of special class 2 law enforcement officers attending the 57th class of the Monmouth County Police Academy in January. And 2023-282, appointment of land use board class 3 member Councilwoman Mahoney. Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I just have one quick, it's just a small thing. Is this a big deal? Can I finish? Wait.
Oh, no.
No, okay, yeah, okay.
You wanna tell me so I can amend it?
Yeah, on
We'll tell you, it's just the type, it's just.
2023-281, Gianna Trani.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. I forgot it was fixed. It was reposted. I forgot to send it to all of you. Sorry.
All good.
Okay,
All
who
right.
did the second, John? That was you?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, individual, individual ordinances. We have,
Resolution.
I'm sorry, resolutions. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little.
Mhm.
First one is 2023-283, authorizing budget appropriation transfers for December 2023. Make a motion to approve 2023-283.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Bill list for December 6, 2023. Make a motion to approve the bill list for 2023-284. Sorry, thank you. Sorry about that.
What about Mayor and Bella?
So you have a question on 2023-284.
Well, do we have, we discussed that, right? The Mayor and Bella invoice?
Yeah, I mean, my request was that what goes in the bill list actually reflects the time that she, you know, could just say first quarter or something like that. That's all I asked for.
You could reflect that in minutes.
Reflected in the minutes. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Then I'll second this.
Okay.
So we were looking for?
Yep.
Okay, so.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-285, a resolution canceling a certain funded appropriation balance as previously adopted by the Borough of Bradley Beach for general capital projects in the amount of $314,826.15. Make a motion to approve 2023-285. Have a second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
The one comment I wanted to make here is, somebody, I presume it was led by our acting BA, Ms. DeMarco, that somebody went back to at least 2008.
1990.
25 years.
Yeah, so people have gone back. I'm sure Ms. DeMarco is appropriate to give you credit.
Along with the HFA and many different, it's all teamwork here.
Okay, great, thank you. Just want to make sure people appreciate that not only is this $314,000 of a correction and bringing, you know, our accounting up to speed, but apparently it took 25 years to get this done. So my appreciation to you, Mr. DeMarco, and the folks who worked with you, and I vote yes.
Okay, Ms. Mahoney?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
I'm groovy.
2023, I haven't heard that word in a long time. 2023-287, approval of the Shore Athletic Club to conduct their annual polar bear race on Saturday, December 30th, 2023. It's a pass-through only. I guess they're gonna swim by.
Wait, you missed.
That's one, 286.
Told you I'm losing it. 2023-286, resolution amending prior permission granted to the Bradley Beach Fire Department, AKA United Engine and Truck Company, to erect an electronic sign upon real property located at 905, known more specifically as Block 32, Lot 14. Thank you for getting that, because Mr. Napoli would have kicked me in the ankle if I didn't get this approved. So I could have a second for 2023-286.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
I just want to say, when the fire department came in here and made this presentation, when they were done, I was like, great, don't we have to do something? Don't we have to prove it? Everybody said no. And here we are approving it. I vote yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-287, approval of Shore Athletic Club at Polar Bear. I've already stated that. So I have a second to that.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Erica, my question on this, and it probably is the question I have for most events, is this, the polar bear race in this instance, they submit a permit, right? And they say
An application, correct?
an application. Okay, so they don't actually complete the little, there's like a permit request form that says, borough resources needed. Am I-
Part of the application.
No, it's part of the
Part of the
application.
application, okay. So, and in that they indicated no borough resources are,
I checked with them twice.
thank you, you're very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
I will vote yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-288, approval of 2024 SCAT agreement with the county. Make a motion to approve 2023-288.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2023-289, approval workshop report out and council business meeting dates for calendar year 2024. Make a motion to approve
comments.
23-289.
Can I
Okay,
look kind of under the
comments?
table? Can I look kind of under the table with this one, please?
Oh.
She wants that under the table.
You can
please.
start, go ahead.
Okay.
So what this is all about, ladies and gentlemen, is setting out our calendar for next year. And I applaud the mayor for, trying to do something a little different, try to be creative. He did bounce this idea off me a week or so ago. And the idea is to have one business meeting, a month, thank you. But have two meetings, one be a business meeting and one be like a workshop meeting.
Workshop and report out.
Workshop and report out. And so at a minimum, it has been brought to my attention that this is not aligned with our ordinances. Our ordinances require two meetings, not only general meetings, i.e. business meetings, but they actually require two meetings per month for all 12 months, which we just, as a practice, usually have 3 months, and it's August, I believe, as well as November, December. So before I'm personally going to be able to approve any kind of change in this, I'm going to have to understand, I'm not going to vote against our law. The ordinance says what it says, unless somebody, Mr. Cannon or others can convince me. That is going to be a concern I have, because there is a reality, as evidenced by the time, and we're still going strong tonight. There's a reality that we typically need a lot of time, usually 2 meetings a month for the council. And they're long meetings. So to understand how we can consolidate into one is just a practical challenge, as well as the concern I have about the ordinances themselves. So just tipping my hand, but right now I'm not feeling support for this particular ordinance. Yep.
What kind of changes would you need out to? Is it the fact that there's a series of workshop meetings when we can't actually conduct business?
Yes.
That part, okay.
Well, I think what we said was if there is a business requirement in a month that doesn't fall on that second meeting, we need it in the first meeting, we'll conduct that piece of business. So we're not trying to handcuff ourselves that we can't do anything. We would hope that that wouldn't be the case, but we did check with the business entities, the payables, et cetera, and said, is this a workable scenario? And they believe it is.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you saying that we could conduct business on these meetings that are listed as workshop report out meetings?
If we felt we needed to, yeah.
Okay, does that help you, Councilman Gubatose?
Well, could we also conduct workshops in what's scheduled as a business meeting?
I would suggest we don't, only because if we're gonna devote a meeting to workshops, I mean, we could see if there's a requirement for it, but I would hope that we could accomplish that in the 1 month. I mean, because you're gonna have X amount of hours to spend on 2 or 3 workshop items.
And I'll even give you an example on like business that would have to be conducted. Say, let's take June for an example with liquor licenses. So you have to have those approved by a certain date, and I have to like report to the state, okay, resolutions passed, they're good to go. Usually I would say 2 meetings is sufficient to get all of our liquor licenses, the resolutions passed. So let's say I had a couple of them that I needed to use the workshop meeting to pass a couple of those resolutions, we could do that.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean.
That's just an example. I mean, I'm sure,
It is clearly, we spend an awful lot of time in business meetings, and to cut the time in half. There's a disconnect in my mind trying to absorb how we, I mean, if we could consolidate all this time into one meeting. then why the heck haven't we done that already?
Well, because we've got workshops in this meeting, as one point.
Yeah.
But that was,
I think you see how quickly we go through resolutions, very quickly. And then this year we've had 16, 17 ordinances, so I think it's,
But we have 6, 8, 10, 12 resolutions every council meeting twice a month. So
Right,
are you gonna
so-
get 24 into that one, or are we gonna?
well, I'm saying that,
The majority of them, though, I think would fall under consent. I mean, there are some months, of course, where the resolutions are a little heavier, as we all know. But if you notice with the consent agenda, that's where you're gonna put a lot of your routine resolutions, like your tax liens.
No, I understand that.
Okay,
It's more the individual resolutions that again,
okay.
we get presented 6 or 8 a meeting, so are we gonna get double that in one meeting or? I don't know, do we push them all into the following? month?
That would depend on all of you.
And another.
That's not
I
me.
would suggest we don't push them into the next meeting. I suggest, but if you look at our resolution, the time we just spent on resolutions, which I can't find.
It was quick.
It was quick, and I think if we're efficient and effective with our resolutions, we got through those in a matter of 10 or 15 minutes.
My one other concern would just be, our process, especially for introducing, ordinances, is introduce an ordinance. Wait 2 weeks to the next meeting, adopt an ordinance, and hopefully it's an ordinance that we all agree on. It's not even a controversial one. That would, instead of spanning 2 weeks, that would span a month. So, I mean, we'll lose that productivity. I mean, again, I guess I don't fully appreciate the value of the workshops displacing council meeting time, business meeting time. On the other hand, I'd love to have our a schedule devoted maybe half of a council meeting if we needed it, to have our department heads present periodically, or Mr. Mayor, any other.
Well, that would be in that meeting with workshops and
Right.
report outs.
But I'm saying I'd like it to be a part of the business meeting, and just, if we can accelerate the business part of our meetings, why not do that and remain consistent with our ordinance? Rather than change our ordinance. I think we gotta change our ordinance.
Well, I think I would not recommend we change our ordinance out of the gate. I would say we try this for a period and we can work through motions, just saying we're gonna motion to do this meeting this way. For the first 3 months of the year, and see if it works. It might not work, and if it doesn't work, then we don't have to change back the ordinance, because changing ordinances, we all know, is a tedious process. I think we can work around that.
I'm sorry, how would that work with introducing an ordinance, Larry?
So you would go-
I'm a little confused on that
So
part.
you
but-
workshop a potential ordinance.
Okay.
The next meeting, you come in with a introduction.
Okay,
The following business meeting, you come in with a adoption. So you
Take
lose a
two-
couple weeks.
That's a
So it
month
would take
later.
2 months to
Well,
pass
you,
an
no,
ordinance.
you lose 2 weeks
Well,
effectively. Yeah. Because if you didn't do it in the first week of the first meeting of the month, you do it in the second. So you lost basically
Okay.
2 weeks.
That's my
Workshop meeting,
As long as they're
No,
out.
no, no, I'm saying if you had a workshop meeting and you did a ordinance.
right,
I mean, I'm sorry, you did a workshop meetings to discuss an ordinance.
right,
You get that locked down.
okay.
You come back which we do now. We do that now.
Right, the next business
Now you
meeting
come in-
would be the introduction.
Right,
Workshop meeting, and then the next business meeting would be the adoption.
right. That's
Okay,
correct. So you
okay.
lose, I'm saying you lose 2 weeks.
Okay, and as long as there's no law, with, you have to have an ordinance adopted within a certain amount of time after introduction,
No, you don't.
but that's, again, that's your call.
I just have one question,
You still have to list all the 14 items on
but
the
there's 2
agenda.
time changes, 7 PM for March and for
Yeah.
January, why
The ordinance
7 PM?
Because of budget related
Just
stuff.
talking about, if they don't change the ordinance, you have to have it on the agenda.
So we're gonna make them at 6:30 same time, right?
Items.
Yeah, yeah.
The code says, I don't see why you get around that.
Okay.
I believe I would still have to list all 14
Yeah,
items
Yep, yep.
on the
Yeah,
agenda.
but we motion it appropriately.
Okay, so in other words, you would motion to,
Yeah,
okay,
Yeah.
Personally, I feel this goes against our ordinance and we're looking at hours and hours of these meetings and we're not getting done. I go to other towns, it's less than an hour. I don't know what we're doing wrong. But anyway, I would suggest that we do 2 business meetings and maybe the first one you have a workshop report out / business meeting. I'd also like to suggest that we have 2 meetings in August. We only have 1 in November and December. Scheduled 2 meetings in all those months, If we don't need it, we can cancel it, but I think we should follow our ordinance and have 2 meetings a month. I also want to suggest, or let people know, the reorg meeting will not be on January 1st this year. It's scheduled for January 10th. So do not come here on January 1st.
I know our clerk is having a mini heart attack when based on what Ms. DeNoble just said, but at least my intent would be to have those on a calendar, but to continue to cancel them to be one, unless there was some pressing need for the borough. Because I know how critical it is, Erica, for you, especially November, December timeframe.
Yeah, so if I may explain that, is it okay? So if I may explain this to everybody, so this is not because I just want a meeting a month. November and December for a clerk. He's right, that could give me a mini heart attack, okay? No, November is crazy because of the election and because of the League of Municipalities, which sometimes I go and sometimes I don't, but mainly the election. Given the length of time that these meetings have been running for the last year, these minutes take me forever. They're being done on my own time, to which I do not get compensated for. I just want to be honest and throw it out there at you all. December, we have the RFPs. I have to get that all straightened out. Everybody's got to make their decision on who they want for the following year. That's time consuming. Throw in 2 council meetings during that month and you are talking total chaos on me and my department. So I just wanted all of you to know, and hopefully maybe you can appreciate or understand. You know, and we've had 1 meeting in November and December in this town for, I can't tell you how many years, pretty much since I started here in 2017 and those before that. You know, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I would say, I agree with Councilwoman DeNoble that we should have 2 meetings in August. There's no reason to change that part. The clerk just made a really good case for just 1 meeting in November, December, but for August, other than the fact that it's August, you know, I mean, I would love to adopt this. I think it's worth giving this a try, but I would like to make the change that we add August 14th as a, well, I guess that would maybe be a workshop meeting.
Yes.
It's not, is that a friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor?
I can live with it. I can live with it, but
Okay, so
I think August, not having having 1 meeting, gives some people some summer relief in the middle of the summer. And it hasn't been problematic. It wasn't problematic this year. So you know, people
We
do
can
try to
always
take
we can
vacation.
cancel
we
it.
can always cancel it, that's exact, yeah. So I think, you know, just keeps us a little more in line with the ordinance there, so. I'm willing to give this a try with, if we add August 14th to the workshop report out meeting.
Okay, I can agree to that. So we want to motion that?
Motion to make that a change?
Yeah.
Did you already make a motion on this meeting?
We stopped and, no, you have to make a motion for the whole thing, but with that change.
Okay, so I will make a motion. For resolution 2023-289, designating meeting dates of the mayor and council for Over at the Beach for the year 2024, with the change that August 14th be added to the workshop report out meetings list.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Ms. Noble?
I still feel we need 2 business meetings a month. So I just can't support this without having business meetings twice a month. So I'm just gonna have to vote no.
Well, I do, I'm sorry, you haven't asked for my opinion.
Mr. Gubertazzi?
Kind of jumped the gun. I do like the idea of incorporating the feedback sessions, you know,
Report out.
thank yous and report outs. But I don't like the idea of announcing to the public that we're having 1 business meeting. I know we can be flexible. Personally, I'd rather call them 2 business meetings, which is consistent with our ordinance. And then just have our administration, the mayor or the clerk, manage the second business meeting to include report outs. So given that this is blatantly disregarding the current ordinance, and I think we could accomplish the same goal if we just included report outs in a second business meeting, I'm gonna vote no.
Ms. Mahoney?
Oh, see, I was all for it till Al said that. But if we just use the name, why can't we just call it a business meeting and do the workshop and the report outs like that? And then we would satisfy the ordinance.
We said that we would, if there was a need for a business meeting item, we would incorporate it in the meeting.
May I suggest that we just write workshop / report out /
Business meeting, yeah.
Like within the agenda, you mean?
Yes.
Call it
Yeah,
announcements.
and then we'd be satisfying the ordinance.
Yeah.
That satisfies.
In other words,
the
we're
ordinance.
keeping our business meetings the same, and what we're putting is workshop / report out under number
First meeting.
5.
Yeah,
So basically, that's all we're gonna change.
and we're adding the meeting in August, we're adding the meeting in
And, yeah,
August.
right, and the meeting in August.
Yeah.
And I'm not even gonna ask what happens if we want a workshop or a report out in the first meeting. That would be horrible.
The first meeting, what, January?
So,
That's
well,
where you
the
are.
first meeting- the first business meeting is on.
Okay, yeah, and so I vote yes.
Okay,
Yes, now.
thank you. Mr. Weber,
On second thought,
No.
yeah. Yes,
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Erica, should we
We lost
revote?
my-
Then
no,
let's
I-
get another vote.
Back to anybody.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna do a revote, everybody, okay?
With those new
With
changes.
the new changes.
Okay, we got this.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Guptosi?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, now everybody's on board.
All right.
We work together beautifully.
2023-290, authorizing a shared service agreement with the Township of Ocean to provide chief financial officer service in accordance with Division of Local Government Services Regulations. Make a motion to approve 2023-290.
Second. Okay, go ahead, John.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Guptosi?
I don't know how much our residents know about this, but the mayor and Mr. Berenbach and Ms. Marco worked really hard to hopefully construct a shared service agreement. I say hopefully, because not only does our council have to vote on this, but Ocean Township's council has to approve this. But at least from where we stand, we, the borough of Bradley Beach, are in pretty dire need of a strong CFO. As the mayor mentioned earlier, the current CFO relationship has to be terminated at the end of this year. And we did interview what we believe is a very strong candidate who currently works for Ocean Township, but is at least entertaining doing a shared service agreement where we would get a portion of his time for a fee. So we're very impressed by the candidate. We're very hopeful that this will work out with Ocean Township as well, and I vote yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-291, a resolution directing borough administrator and or borough attorney to provide governing body with a report of all pending claims and litigations involving the borough on a monthly basis.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass 2023-291.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Weber? Mr. Guptosi?
Yes.
Getting late. Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
I'm gonna vote no, and not that we aren't gonna provide this information. I had said in our agenda meeting that this is a request that was made. We've already fulfilled the request right out of the gate. To me, it casts an aspersion that we're not gonna provide data, that we're being directed to provide data. We were asked to provide data and we didn't realize that people wanted to see that. We did it. I don't know, Greg, if you published that report yet, but as the data came out, we're gonna send it out, so. Okay.
We got it here.
Yeah, so 2023-292, resolution requesting the mayor establish protocols, procedures for issuance of violations to the borough arising from complaints to agencies of the municipality to the borough council.
This was my idea, and I touched on it before. A lot of times people say to me, I had a complaint. And the person went and told the person I had the complaint against that I called, that a neighbor was contacted. contacted, and people don't like that. They like their privacy. And I think just to keep it really private and safe, because a lot of times when you have controversy with neighbors, people are crazy these days. So why even put it out there that a neighbor might have called about an issue? Whether it's of someone putting too much impervious space in their backyard, or they're loud, or whatever it is. All we have to say, just have some kind of protocol, some procedure where they go and just say, you're just violating an ordinance and we're requesting that you turn down your music. Or do you have a permit for what you're doing? Not that, hey, a neighbor called, and I know nobody wants to be a bad guy, but nobody wants a neighbor to be mad at them either. And that's why I suggest that we go ahead and we approve this. So I would like to make a motion that we approve 2023-292. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yeah, and again, I need to say one quick thing, and that is that each member of the council has been aware over the past few months, past few years, in my case, of residents telling me, hey, somebody disclosed that I was the one who made the complaint. I don't think this is a very common practice, but I do think on occasion, you know, there is a slip, if you will, of whoever's trying to enforce an ordinance saying, hey, your neighbor next door did this. I think it happens rarely. But my understanding is we don't have a formal policy, and this is really advocating, you know, making a law that says we should have a formal policy and then proceed with it. So I will vote yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes, I think that anyone who's enforcing these ordinances should be able to cite the ordinances that they are enforcing. I have a neighbor right now who won't talk to me because I reported that she had 2 cars that weren't working outside of her house. And I believe someone from the council reported you, only because my neighbors asked me to. So now I have a neighbor who will not speak to me, so it'd be nice if people could just, enforcement people could just say, you have 2 cars that haven't moved in a year and you need to move them. But anyway, so I vote yes emphatically.
Mr. Weber,
I'm also voting yes, but I want to say this is going to require some follow-up, so I would be happy to work with you, Council President Noble, and get that policy actually written and implemented.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor Fox.
Well, I'm gonna vote no because the resolution requests that I establish protocols and procedures, so I'll vote no. Okay. Somebody else wants to do it? That's fine. Okay, we have no announcements. I don't believe. So let's go to mayor and council reports. 10:45. First, I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. We had a lot to be thankful for in Bradley Beach. The Friday post-Thanksgiving bonfire went pretty well. Great fun after postponing the tree lighting holiday celebration. We were able to hold that last Saturday. It was a very successful event for residents. This Saturday, the 3rd night of Hanukkah, there'll be an ice carving and menorah lighting that will take place at Riley Park. Please join the ceremonies. 5:45 start, music, potato lot, donuts and fun. We continue to have thoughts and prayers for Israel's the hostages and the situation there. We hope and pray that that gets resolved. We had an important annual ceremony since our last council meeting, which was our Veterans Day ceremony at Riley Park. And it was, we had an honoree, Captain David Broadbent. Thanks to those who attended that. And thanks to all the veterans who have served on behalf of Bradley Beach and our nation. On the infrastructure front, we've got the Lake Terrace Park renovations going. We're in the process of addressing some flow issues at Sylvan Lake, and hopefully that'll get resolved very quickly. I think we've got a path forward. We're completing final remediation wipe downs and disinfectants in Biazi. Going to the library. I'll try to go fast here. There's a lot they're doing. Winter readings back. Read books December to February 28th for a chance to enter prizes. Check the website. Tuesday at this is actually something that occurred yesterday, but getting out of your comfort zone, we had a world traveler, Christ McCormick, come in and discuss how to expand your travel opportunities, get out of your comfort zone. This Thursday, actually the next few Thursdays, December 7, 14, 21, it's Box Tops for Education information session. We're going to help the PTA by participating in Box Top for Education. It's on the website. Please try to participate. And last Wednesday, December 13th, 7 p.m., How Money Works seminar. The seminar is for anyone who wants to learn more about personal finance, about saving, long-term, short-term goals, paying off debt, protecting your financial assets, and more. Recreation, seniors held their holiday lunch today at UVA. 33, mostly seniors attended the 2+ hour lunch. The committee did a great job organizing, and UVA did not disappoint. Recreation had a very exciting and busy Sunday morning. This past Sunday morning, they had their first Breakfast with Santa event. 65 people came and enjoyed goodies, crafts, and Santa. We're having a winter wonderland dance on Friday, December 15th from 4:30 to 5:30 for grades pre-K through 4 at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Oh, I'm sorry, at 6, I'm sorry, up to 6, and then 8 p.m. it's the 5 through 8. I have my times messed up. Holiday Veterans Drive is going to close out on the 15th. We're trying to donate items and we're going to donate those to the Veterans Memorial Home at Menlo Park. Encourage you to go to Murray's. They're tuned in. You can buy a t-shirt for $3.50 and donate it to the cause. And you can drop those things off at the rec department. Also, December 15th, we have the Marjan signups. This class is 6 weeks long. It'll be held every Friday starting January 12th. That's something we've been trying to get off the ground, and maybe this time it'll happen. December 22nd, the Rec Center will be hosting a last-minute wrapping party. If you need help with wrapping, please come over to the Rec Center. And the walking group that they started is meeting every Thursday at 1 p.m. at the 5th Avenue gazebo. Hope to see everybody there. I did not get a fire first aid report, so I'll have to just get that into the minutes, and I will then now turn it over to Councilwoman
Mahoney.
Mahoney.
Yeah. Okay, so land use board meeting. 116 Cliff Avenue, variances for a single family dwelling on an undersized lot. The applicant proposed to remove the existing two-story single-family dwelling and construct a new 2.5-story dwelling on this undersized lot. Variances were requested for front, side, and rear yard setbacks, building coverage, impervious coverage, parking, and number of stories. The application was denied by the board in a 3-3 vote. 304th Avenue, variance for front yard setback to propose enclosed porch to be utilized as a living space and proposed new covered porch. The applicant proposed to convert the existing covered porch to a finished room and construct a new covered porch along 4th Avenue. It was 2 variances requested. The application was approved in a unanimous vote of the land use board, and I think it's going to be a really nice porch and streetscape. I went to the shul for Thanksgiving, and the police were there, and OEM, and the council, and EMS, and it's very lovely, and fire. And I went to the tree lighting and had a lovely time and drank hot chocolate and ate too many cookies. And it was lovely there, and everyone from the police and fire and EMS and OEM was there too. So it was lovely. And I hope everyone has a merry, a happy, and a healthy Kwanzaa, Christmas, Hanukkah Festivus. And we'll see you all soon.
Let's get Festivus in there. Councilman Weber.
Sure, thanks. I also want to thank Rabbi Kalman, because it was really the post-Thanksgiving dinner, but it was really great at the Temple on McCabe. And yeah, it was really a town thing with all the first responders and the police, and the entire council was there, which was actually pretty cool. So thanks for that. It's late. I went to the League of Municipalities. I'll tell you about it next month. I still want us to get rid of curbside pickup on plastic film. We'll tell you about that next month. We're still working on energy aggregation. I'll tell you about that next month. I went to a regional shade tree gathering. I'll tell you about that next month. And Shade Tree Commission meets tomorrow, but I bet you Jane's gonna tell you about it anyway. So that's my report. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Gubatose.
Thank you, sir. What? I can't say thank you, sir, any quicker than that.
You might, your report,
I-
you know?
I understand. Oh, my God.
I know.
I have a police report for everyone. I'll try to read this very fast. The subject was arrested for driving while intoxicated after striking two parked cars on Main Street. All vehicles suffered significant damage and the suspect was treated for minor injuries at the hospital. Another subject was arrested for driving while intoxicated after he was witnessed striking a street sign, then leaving the scene. Patrols immediately located and stopped him a few blocks from the incident. A local subject was arrested for failing to re-register under Megan's law. A local resident was charged with false public alarm after she pulled the fire alarm at her apartment complex when there was no fire nor emergency. The police department would like to remind all residents to be vigilant during the upcoming holiday season. Please remember to lock your vehicles and never leave them running and unattended. Also make sure to remove all valuables from your car and never leave purses or gifts in plain view. Report any package thefts or suspicious incidents immediately to the police department and be aware of your surroundings while shopping and utilizing local businesses. I want to thank Detective Lieutenant Terry Browning for that report. And I also want to thank Rabbi Maury Coleman for the invite to the temple. I'm just echoing what others said, but it was great having not only the council there, but many of our first responders represented. And it was a very lovely evening sponsored by the rabbi. Finally, I just want to wish everyone a very wonderful holiday season, very safe holidays, safe travel, and hopefully we will see you all next year.
Thank you. Council President Denofa.
Thank you. I would like, I'm gonna make it as fast as possible, but I have something very important I have to do first that I would like to make a motion. That we send correspondence to Governor Murphy as well as our state senate and assembly representatives, Vin Gopal, Maggie Donlin, and Luann Peter Paul, and let them know the adverse effects that Bill S-3605 will have on overdevelopment in the state and specifically Bradley Beach and the other shore towns. We already have a severe parking deficit and this bill will worsen this condition. The current residential site improvement standards were designated and time tested by engineers and have worked properly in Bradley Beach. A proposed 50% reduction in required parking for new developments will have a devastating effect on the quality of our life here and our wonderful community. Bradley Beach must be protected from this legislation, and our elected state officials must know we object to Bill S-3605. I think we should also contact and notify other Monmouth County shore communities of our action. Do I have a second?
Yes. Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Well, and just to be clear for the public's benefit, Bradley Beach, if my understanding is correct, would our recess standards for parking would be cut in half, basically.
Yes. 50% reduction.
So what that means to everybody is if you're building a 30 apartment building like we had at 301 Main, give or take 30 apartments, and if the requirements for that building would be, say, rounded to 60 parking spaces, that same building with that same activity and same number of residents living there would only be required to provide 30 parking spaces as opposed to the 60 today. So it basically, my understanding, I'm not at all an expert, but I did read through this. My understanding is for Bradley Beach and for other shore communities that are within like a 0.2 of a mile of mass transit would have these standards reduced, and that would only serve to create greater congestion, greater parking challenges. So based on my understanding of that, I vote yes, that we should communicate our concerns to our legislative leaders.
do you second this? She made,
Oh, I
she made
second
the
it.
motion, okay,
And then I'll vote the same way when you ask me.
okay, so You made the motion, Councilman Gubatoni
Which one? No,
seconded.
I seconded
Yeah.
it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm telling you.
Actually, I thought her request was rhetorical, and we were all like.
Okay, so Mr. Nobles, I guess, Councilman Gubatoni, yeah, Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber.
Yes, but I would say that the two assembly folks elect that you mentioned, they're not our assembly people yet, so there's two different sitting assembly people, so they're the ones to contact
Okay, thank you.
until January 23rd. So with that, I would yes, and yeah.
Mayor Fox.
So clarifying question. So we're voting to have someone write this to,
Oh,
I
my understanding
guess
is
writing
just
and
a,
opposing.
just a resolution,
it's a resolution to get it on the record.
correct?
Got
And
it,
to
got it,
send to
okay,
these folks.
got it, okay, I go yes. So I
Thank
thought
you.
it was somebody right.
Greg, can you help me with that one?
Okay,
Thank you. Mayor Fox,
I voted yes. yeah.
thank you.
thank you.
Okay, we'll move now.
Wait,
I'm sorry, you got
I have more.
I'm
Good,
sorry,
That's the
sorry.
beginning, but I'll be quick. Okay, yes, Councilman Weber and I attended the New Jersey League of Municipality Conference. And we got some new insights that enable us to more efficiently operate the borough and some state credits as well. And then with tourism, they had the tree lighting on December 2nd. It was a great success. They had over 300 visitors. The Tourism Commission provided live music as well as a horse-drawn carriage rides around the park. The Girl Scout Troop 902 of Neptune City was there for the third year in the row, and they handed out hot chocolate, cookies, and jingle bells for the kids. They also collected over 100 pairs of socks that will be donated to a local charity. The Tourism Commission would like to specifically thank Michelle Willie, who made sure everything ran smoothly the day of, and as well as the Recreation, DPW, Fire, First Aid, and Police Department for all their help in creating a successful, fun, and organized event. Shade Tree has a meeting tomorrow at 7 p.m. The tree of the month is a Norway spruce. It's Dennis Meyer's house at 312 Second Avenue. I definitely recommend strolling by and taking a look at that beauty. Also, the Bradley Beach Board of Ed had a meeting that I attended on November 21st. Congratulations to Liza Flynn, Noah Weinberg, and Roseanne Caruso Walker as they were elected to the Board of Ed. Also, the boys, girls, and soccer teams were awarded I don't know, a certificate of appreciation, and all the children attended. They got up on the stage. It was wonderful. And the coaches said they worked together. They didn't have a great year, but they improved and they had fun, and that's what counts. And the board also approved a new club for the 3rd and 4th graders. It starts in December. It was funded from the Beyond the School Day grant. They're gonna have 3 clubs: Sports and Activities Club, Arts and Crafts Club, and also a Lego club, but they're looking to do a Lego drive, so if you have some, save them. And I also would like to thank Rabbi Maury Kelman and the congregation of Agudath Akim for getting us together and having a wonderful meal with the fire, the police. OEM was there and the council. It was a wonderful event, and we have a wonderful town, and I want to thank you again for everybody being here, everybody tuning in. It's a beautiful place to be, and we're so blessed. And I want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Festivus for the rest of us, and a happy and very healthy New Year.
And the girls' basketball is undefeated.
Oh, okay, this is amazing.
Wow.
That's great stuff. Thank you, guys.
Okay, we now have public comments. 5-minute limit, single instance per participant. Any public comments? Yes.
Hello, good evening, Jeff Kepler, 504 Central Avenue here in Bradley Beach. As you know, we live in a very small town, 1 square mile. Neighbors talk, rumors fly. Here seeking clarification what the current status is of our chief of police. Mayor.
It's a personnel matter that we do not discuss until it is resolved.
So there is a personal matter going.
There is a personnel matter being looked at, correct?
Is the chief currently working?
The
The public has a right to know that.
Right. We can tell you that the chief is currently on paid administrative leave, and we will provide no further information on the personnel matter.
And I appreciate that. My issue here is that that statement that was just given by Mr. Cannon, so gracefully, was something that should have come from this legislative body in order to get ahead of the situation so that rumors didn't fly and that the stories weren't getting distorted. And I'd like to know why the statement that Mr. Cannon was just able to give now on the record was not able to be issued weeks ago. Mayor,
But we chose not to.
who chose?
We really don't want to comment on personal matters. This is a personal matter and we
Because
just,
you're the strong mayor. Could you please explain to me?
I-
I'm not
just stop
asking
with
you
the
for
strong
anything
mayor.
about, I'm not asking you about the employee. I'm asking about as a resident
and you
and a
got,
community.
you've gotten. the
Why
answer.
the statement that was issued right here, right now, was not able to be released in a proper time frame, in an appropriate manner, in a
That's your-
professional way,
That's your opinion. I appreciate your opinion.
okay? I'd like to know, was the mayor, as the mayor, did you make the council aware of the situation? Was it a unilateral decision? By
The council
you,
was
or
made-
was it the council?
The council was made aware.
So the council agreed not to to disclose the information that Mr. Cannon just gave to the
Correct,
community?
correct.
I'm
We
sorry,
were
Mr.
asked
Ray.
not to.
Yeah, we were asked not to disclose.
Right.
We did not
Yeah,
agree or
and-
disagree.
And just to be fair, if there's, regardless of who it is, it's not like we tell everybody whenever there's a personnel matter, that's not what the town does.
It's not a personnel matter, it's our chief of police, we pay a salary. And if there's a
Understand, but
different,
if
if
there's a
there's,
secretary and the same thing and they was put on administrative leave, it's not like we come out here and tell her, just to be fair, it's that the same way across the board.
under the circumstances of the situation, the council should have done the right thing, and I have to let you know, it is my opinion to let you know that I'm disappointed in each and every one of you that you didn't say what was apparently allowed to be said tonight by Mr. Cannon on the record. That information, nothing more needed to be said than what Mr. Cannon just said. Nothing more. A simple statement. We deserve that. And this is the kind of thing that breeds discontent, rumors, false information to be spread. And had it been just put on the table, because it's a lot different than having an administrative position, someone in the background who is not a public prominent face, who has a very, very powerful role in this community, to not be addressed to the public in the way that Mr. Cannon just so eloquently and simply put it. We deserve that. And I just wanted to be on the record that I'm disappointed with each and every one of you that that information had to be relayed through Mr. Cannon. And you had the opportunity amongst yourselves to discuss it and to make a decision about whether or not to make that statement. And for whatever reason, you guys chose not to. And it's just, it's not a good look.
We did not have that decision. We could not make that decision. We were told not to say anything.
But Mr. Cannon just did.
I'm not a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer. and
That's a
they
stand-
do this,
it's a-
like, they were told not to say anything.
What,
but-
why were you allowed to just say? what
It's
you
the
just
same
said,
thing
but
as
the
a-
mayor wasn't
it's the
allowed to-
same
the
thing-
council Wasn't allowed to make the statement that you just made.
Because I'm a trained expert in what can be said and what can't be said. With all due respect, people are very intelligent. They're all duly elected, but they're not lawyers. They're not practicing lawyers. And so the general rule is when we have a personnel matter like this, the lawyers tell them not to say anything, and they usually listen to us.
Did they seek your counsel and seek to ask whether or not it was something, what you just said could have been released? Or is this the first time that this conversation is going on
So
where?
just like I told the lady before, I can't tell you what I talk about with my clients, but I can tell you that, I understand your anger and your frustration.
I'm
I know
not
it's going
angry, I'm
to be-
disappointed. I'm very disappointed.
We're disappointment, but to give, I'm not, and look, we told them not to say anything, so at the end of the day, if you want to get mad, you get mad at the lawyers or be disappointed in the lawyers, but they're trying to protect the borough. Saying something could be far worse than having you angry with them. So that's,
There was, can someone tell me who controls the social media posts for the first aid and the fire department?
Which they, the fire
The
department.
public Facebook page for the first aid and the fire department? Can anybody tell me who, is in charge of in those, departments? If there's anybody here that would know that information, or who could tell me that information? Because in context to what Mr. Cannon just acknowledged to be true, there was a post yesterday that was made on both departments, first aid and fire. And it was clearly a quote of both departments making a statement, and I have screenshots of it. And it was by a self-described quote unquote wizard. And the wizard, in context to hearing that the chief is currently on administrative leave, blatantly could be perceived by any member of either of those departments as a threat. That loyalty, I'll actually read it to you. I'd like to read it to you because I think this is important to get on the record.
Ms. Kepler?
Yeah.
Did you maybe want to send that to me, because you're almost at 5 minutes?
It's very short. It's just one sentence. It's one sentence. The statement says, the wizard has spoken. Trust is earned, respect is given, and loyalty is demonstrated. Betrayal of any one of those is to lose all three. I stand here speaking as someone who once was on the Bradley Beach First Aid Squad. And I appreciate my firemen, my first aid, and my police officers, and they show up for me and my family and my neighbors when there's a problem. And they're in a position where clearly that, if you were an officer in either of those departments, that statement had nothing to do with fire or first aid. And it was made simultaneously, the timing of that post was made at the same time. So it was a coordinated and directed effort. And if I was sitting as an officer on either of those departments and I read that, given what's going on in context to the chief being on leave, I would perceive that to be a veiled threat. And I'd like that to be on the record.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not done. My bell has a problem.
I unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, the bell's broken.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes.
I do actually. But it makes ticks, so it's like loud.
So question, to thank you for the creativity program. I know the pantry, I've volunteered at the pantry, so I know that they've been continually looking for alternative spaces and whatnot. And I know the discussion came out about the possibility of perhaps the greenhouse being perhaps used or whatnot. And my question is would that indeed actually be something that's viable, or wouldn't that be a conflict for us, being that that's our township property? And isn't that Green Acres that, aren't we trying to do something, or perhaps for that to be a dog park or something of that nature, as opposed to, you know, I wouldn't think we could give it to someone. I mean, I understand that the pantry's not our own 501c. So to me, that'd be like giving it to a business. So I'm just wondering, you know, where that stands.
The pantry's looking at a lot of options. They've approached us on a couple of things, and
Right.
we're just looking at those things. So we don't really have any strong answers on anything.
Okay, so perhaps maybe next year you guys can, you know, kind of look at that space again for perhaps more green space or something for folks that, you know, dogs or whatnot. That would be great.
I love your idea. And I think that ties right into recreation, it's
Oh.
that dog park, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to thank the DPW on their hard work for setting up the Veterans Day ceremonies, as well as the tree lighting. And I also want to thank the Chief Rita and the police department for securing Riley Park and keeping all the residents pretty much safe. I mean, with everything that's going on in other towns, you know, with protests and everything else, I think they're doing a fantastic job in protecting the residents of Bradley Beach.
Thank you. Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I took a half day, I don't be until 10:30, so I just. I don't have to push it to the next meeting. Like where to begin? I'm gonna begin with this. Left the last meeting. I was told at 2 minutes, 2 hours and 10 minutes into the meeting, it'd be bad and it would be sold the Monday after Thanksgiving. That was also published in the CoStar. I went, they weren't. Just an example as to why I get exasperated with whoever it is that runs Borough Hall. Then though, the nice thing was when I went back this week, I did get my badge. And as I turned around to leave, I noticed that code seems to be moved into that building again. Like the old days. I was so delighted. It's really where they belong, out of the senior center. However, the exterior window was framed with distasteful tape. And I'm appalled that whoever running Borough Hall would allow such a thing. It doesn't say much about our town, not a good impression to visitors, let alone anybody who might choose to conduct business with us. I will also say that the person who I did engage a conversation with was not overly warm and fuzzy, and I left there very confused. Because we don't have a portal anymore, so I could not get my information that I requested out of the portal, and I've never done an open in my life. I'm getting too old to learn new things. Imagine my shock. You know, the FBI has made it clear, don't open emails unless you know who the sender is. So I know who sends me emails and rarely look. And I got one that said administrative.business. I don't know what Tom, Dick, or Harry that could be. I hesitated to open it. But lo and behold, it was a communication from Borough Hall that had a first name of the sender as a clothing, no last name, no street address in the clothing, no borough, you know, town, state, zip code, phone, fax, nothing. Again, exasperation for what goes on at Borough Hall when I've had people here send me emails with their initials and you know that why you're getting it. Especially since I'd expected a letter and not an email. I'd like to remind you that I'm really begging you to legislate that website. I know it sounds ridiculous, there's so many better things to do. But it's not a propaganda tool where we post newsletters and gee, everything's wonderful and fluffy. Okay, this and that, I worked somewhere where there were 7 people put on administrative leave. That was up and running. And in the press and in the papers within 24 hours. That newsletter is not just, gee, life is great and we love you know, all of these accomplishments that some might argue with. So also I would legislate that the council members have their opportunity to make their own writings on that website. I also would like to remind everyone that I don't know the purpose of workshops. We had one about different form of government. At the time, I'd like to remind everyone, Mr. Marco was on the council. She suggested we have an expert come in and explain this all to us. Now she's been in the position for 2 months, and there was all that time before that. We've done nothing. And may I say that your word
And that's the business administrator's issue.
that we've done nothing?
That's the business administrator's issue. That's what you're trying to infer.
I said we, meaning you, not even me.
Oh, no, you made an inference. You made an inference.
You're using my time, Erica, I need more time. I would also like to point out that I appreciate your steps to try to wiggle around the ordinance of the meeting schedule. However, your ordinance also requires your reorganization meeting to be the first week in January. January 10th, it is not. Now, your ordinance doesn't say the first full 7 days of the week, the calendar, it's not specific.
There's new legislation that Mr. Cannon advises of that would require us to actually push it into later January.
That's time. Thank you.
New state or new?
The law was passed in July that changes if there's elections in a nonpartisan town holding municipal elections in November, then their terms of office begin January 15th.
Okay, so would it not make sense to change our ordinance? So
We're gonna have to change the ordinance because it doesn't comply with the new law.
So if that came out in July, would it not make sense that we would maybe gotten to it by now? Or why would I?
Giving you
have
way
to-
too much credit,
why
it's
would
not
I-
nice.
Why would I have to be here? Not my job.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a comment that our administrative staff in the office is doing a great job for us and contrary to maybe some other comments, they've done a good job for us and they'll continue to do a good job for us. And it is beach badge season, so they're very busy. I think 2 days ago, they did about $40,000 of business, so they are juggling a lot of balls. But I do appreciate all their hard work. I think we have one of them in the back of the room there.
I just want to say one thing. What-
If you have the comment. you have to come up.
Just one thing, that when we hear people in the public be disrespectful to anybody in the council or any one of us, I wish there would be some type of reprimand or some type of something to stop it. It's embarrassing and it does not reflect well on our town and the residents. You give a spiel, Mayor, you give a dissertation at the beginning of every meeting. 2 times today, we heard residents be disrespectful to a council person and nothing was done about it. It's wrong. If we can have difference of opinion, that we still have to be respectful to one another. And calling names and being disrespectful is terrible, and it's a terrible reflection on us, and we should not permit it in this hall.
I would agree with you. Thank you.
Well,
Why didn't you
please
gavel
do
them?
something about it when you hear it.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
No, it's him.
I'm sorry. I just feel as though there's got to be some form of leadership about having people be respectful to one another.
Thank
And
you.
no one needs to be called an asshole at any time.
Thank you. Any other points, questions? No? Okay, we will.
No, there's no one on Zoom. I just lost.
We have an executive session.
Are they doing it or right here? Right? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right there. Guess we're not gonna.
Okay. We have to make a list for that, guys. No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I did. We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Well, we're not,